slept in this morning. I was drinking last night. Dad, it's scary out there. Oh, God. I need more coffee, like, right now. I need any coffee you got. Here's a cup. I started pounding the coffee because I overslept, and I'm like, what am I waking up to? This? Hold on, right here. You get coffee? I'll take the coffee right now. I need coffee, like, right now, please. Oh, God. Where have I been? I slept. I was like, I'm gonna wake up this morning to green, or at least like 15 minutes of green. Where am I, bro? It's 9:48. I'm like, yeah, we'll have a little bit of up, and then we'll have a pullback. They'll fuck your calls for like 5 minutes. Hold on, I gotta do. Hold on a second, I post this. Hold on. And I got a thumbnail for this with Carl Icahn on it. Good morning. Give me like 2 seconds. I was like, I'm like, well, I guess I'm a little late this morning. I'm like, I'm gonna wake up. Hold on, one quick second here. My wife let me sleep in this morning. This is what happens when your wife is like, everything is great. Ultra low latency settings. Okay, give me one quick second here. Oh, good morning out there. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, so number one, if you just posted G-U-H, I actually wrote a title card for this morning that was G-U-H, and because it's an old school Wall Street bets feeling. I don't know if you know what that means, like the G or the U-H-G. Oh. It's an old school Wall Street bets thing. Give me one quick second here. The stream is up. I'm going to look this up right now because I want to show it to you. God. A liquidity provider is pissed, right? You know this. What's the move? Let me turn the comments up bigger so I can see everything that you're saying this morning. Yeah, there's a all right, so the first title card, matter of fact, I don't have a title card this morning. I've got one. If for some reason I thought I posted it, but I didn't to the stream. But the first title card that I wrote this morning was which is an old school Wall Street bets feeling. Hold on one quick second. Give me one quick second. Hold on one quick second. I gotta clean my glasses off. I got my dirty paws are all over my glasses this morning. All right, we're back. Oh. Oh! The good news. Here's the good news. Here's the good news. Well, here's the bad news. I'm going to give you all the news. The first thing is this. Sorry, I've got your I have gorgeous eyelashes. I love you, Jimmy Berry. So, number one, I'm here. Number two, I slept in. My wife let me sleep in this morning. She's like, everything must be awesome. She woke me up at like 9 a.m. and I literally turned on the internet and I go, oh, fuck. Truth. She's making me some coffee. I just chugged a gallon of coffee. She's making me some more coffee right now. I'm betting her intentions were, he did a great job. Let him sleep in. He'll wake up to glory in the morning. Truth. That's how it goes, though. There'll be no glory for you. Number two, I actually have a title card for the show this morning. I had two title cards. The first one that I made this morning was like the gah moment. It's famous. Actually, the AI returned the result saying it's a famous expression from Wall Street Bets. Then I changed the title card to, hold on, let me see if I can find it for you. Because I think I downloaded both. Oh, actually, no. So my second one was this one right here. You had calls with a picture of Carl Icahn. What? Let's right down there. It's not on the video right now. I'll put it on later. But the reason for this title card is because someone on Twitter this morning was like, you don't think it was because of a hot CPI print? Joe Donut this morning was like, oh, the CPI print was hot, bro. I want to tell you that I know for a fucking fact that the market is not predicated upon news or events. Now, I entertain you with that stuff, but it's all about accumulation distribution, and it's also about being a provider of liquidity at all times. It has to be. If it wasn't, we would not have a stock market. So someone was way off sides yesterday into the close. Now, I did think that we would have an up morning. Slight up. As a matter of fact, I wrote a brief last night that said, we'll be slightly up. There'll be a pullback, and then you'll get the real move afterwards. If you're a member of any kind, supporter or a pro trader, you have access to that. If you don't, I don't know what to say to you. But to see this morning, someone was stinky. Someone was offsides, and there's no other way to say it. You can say whatever you want about CPI being hot. The only thing that I would tell you would be, to CPI, the only thing that I would say to you would be, as I've always said, is that the longer we have rates higher, the better off a bull actually is. And the reason I say that to you always is because history does provide facts. And the facts are that the moment we drop rates is the moment the market rolls. I don't know if you know that or not, but that's the truth. I can show it to you on a chart today easily. When you start cutting rates, the market does roll over, and the market wants to time that roll. No, not the market, but the banks will try to time that roll in the market. This here is without a fucking doubt someone being offsides that is unwilling to be offsides. They will sell. Now, this is likely a dealer, I'm assuming, or a provider of liquidity. Probably not Carl Icahn or somebody. Now, we got a problem here. Yesterday at the close, a lot of you wanted 0 dates, and I said to you, what did I say? I said, nah, the best trade is likely May 3rd, 530C. Right? You guys remember that or no? You're like, I didn't hear that, Cap. I heard 1 date calls. Which is not what I said. I did not say to you, buy 0 dates, did I? Say it to me in the chat. Don't leave me hanging. Don't hang me out. Ooh, that coffee is delicious. All right, I love my wife again. That's right. It was 5-3, 530C. That's right. I said full port. Now, we have a problem here. What's our problem? Do you know what our problem is? There ain't no fucking way. There ain't no fucking way. Maybe. I mean, this is a small percentage chance. There is no way that they are allowing this price to print any of your shit from now into Friday. Sometimes they do. Sometimes I'll tell you guys sometimes like 1 out of 20 or 30 times it'll come back and you'll have saved your account or something. But there ain't no way. I'm going to put a big red box up here. There is no way that this into Friday ain't happening. Or if it does happen, I'll say this. If it does happen, whenever the fuck Friday is, pretend this is Friday. Just pretend, okay? This is a 1-minute chart. Just pretend that's Friday. Hold on here. Pretend that white bar right there is Friday. There ain't no way that shit's coming back today. Maybe, but I doubt it. It might come back like Friday or on Monday. No problemo. But they ain't paying your shit. If you've got like 0 dates, 1 dates, if you had like a 1 date, which was 0 date today, that was a 1 day yesterday, they are not printing your shit. I guarantee it. I don't guarantee it. I guarantee it like 99% of the time. Is it possible? Yeah. Are you ever going to win? Probably not. And you're probably somehow, at best, locked into a zone right here. What else can we tell you here? Without a doubt, so we have what's called liquidity providers in the marketplace. What they do is they provide liquidity, and basically how it goes is this: I've got $5 billion, and you call me up. A market maker's like, "Hey, I need some liquidity here." Everybody wants calls. Everybody wants puts, and we need some money to provide that liquidity. And you've got a ton of money in the stock market, right? You can provide those calls or those puts. And what does the market maker say to that guy? Don't worry, we're not going to print them. You're just going to provide the calls or the puts at a high or a low. We're gonna make these MFers bag holders, and that's what they did this morning. Now you might be saying, "Oh no, it's because of inflation or the CPI print." No, it's definitely because of the squeeze yesterday into the close, and they are not going to print your upside whatever today. That's what it is. I'd be delighted with 518 today. Yeah, I don't think you're going to get that. I think the best you could hope for between now and Friday would be about, I think it's 516 or 517, somewhere in there. You might get 518 by Friday if you're lucky. If you're lucky. This is most assuredly someone was upside down and they needed liquidity for you yesterday to the close. Someone on Twitter yesterday posted like $320 billion or something insane in call buying into the close yesterday. And when you see shit like that, you just know it's not going to print. It might eventually print. That shit ain't printing this morning. And it ain't fucking printing on Friday either. Or whenever those calls die. The moment those calls are dead, yeah, they might print it. But it ain't happening. So, I'm sure there are some I see some of you are rocket scientists this morning. But no. I'm sorry, I don't agree with any of that. So, but damn. How about this? How many of you had zero dates for how many? Oh, I missed two questions. That's two-part question. Did any of you take the money and run on the bell yesterday? Did any of you were any of you up yesterday and held through to this morning? Or did you take the money and then like re-up? Or I want to know like exactly what you did. Yes. Sorry to have the chat over here. I'm trying to read what you guys are saying. The chat's coming in so fast. Matter of fact, let me open up the chat. Hold on. Let me open that. I'm gonna open the chat on YouTube. I'm sure some of you want to chat but can't. I'm gonna change the chat to on YouTube to subscriber, which is free. You just have to click subscribe and you can chat. Let me know if that works. I don't know if that works or not. Okay, we're good. So I've opened up chat on YouTube so that you can chat this morning because you're probably freaking out. No, I just changed it. So if you can go to YouTube and just click subscribe. It's free. That stops the bots and shit like that. The Russian like bot sellers and stuff. But you just click subscribe and you can chat on YouTube if you want. And I think that Twitch chat is open for anyone as well this morning. Okay, it does work. All right, so I do want you to be able to chat this morning. I realize that you probably woke up like me and going, what the fuck is going on? So we'll leave that open for you right here. We'll put this up right here. Get that down there. Get rid of that. Look at IWM this morning. So sad. Look at IWM. Fuck you. But I'll say this. I did at one point I did on IWM have a post that said, is it still here? I said, I want 200. I guess I got it, didn't I? Generational buying opportunity on IWM this morning. We did get 200. They had a tag on IWM that said, Cap wants 200. True. On stream. I guess I got my wish, but not how I wanted my wish. GCT. This looks good. Actually, a lot of this looks really good. Silver recovering this morning. JPM recovering this morning. Qs recovering this morning, but even so, they're not going to print your shit, I promise. If you have short... Dude, what's going on with the chat? The chat is going crazy right now. CL bloody... Dude, did everybody get caught in this? Is this like everybody got caught in this morning? The entire fucking bull stock market? Every bull got fucked this morning. Bitcoin got fucked. They fucked Bitcoin too. Dixie, I guess Dixie Bulls got some bank this morning. If you really wanted to, you should have shorted, or not shorted, but you should have sold vol right on the bell. I should have said that to you. If you were going to do anything this morning, it's selling volatility right on the bell, selling VIX immediately. TNX, no movement in TNX. IWM, generational buying opportunity. Not kidding. Look at this too. Here's SPX Gamma, and sure enough, they're buying the dip, and they got a low tick this morning. Look at this. They got a low tick this morning, and what happens afterwards? They ramp it. Right there. Check that out. That's SPX this morning. Let's check the Gamma profile, by the way. Dude, I'm kidding you not. Like, I'm going to show you the brief from... If you didn't get the brief last night, I'm going to show it to you right now. Give me one quick second. Hold on. Just give me a brief second here. I need one moment. Dude, you can't do anything else but laugh at this morning. I don't know. I don't even know what to say. Every time I see, like, when you see something like this is pretty rare. So when you see it, you're like, oh, fuck, they're totally fucking... They're totally, definitely trying to, someone was offsides. Some kind of liquidity provider was definitely not paying, or a market maker's not paying. Calls out there. Let me see if I get this right. There we go. I've got some good news for you. I actually have some good news in the Gamma picture this morning. I actually have some good news. All right. So this buy the dip is actually here this morning. See that blue line right there? This blue line has actually moved down. Your local resistance is now right here. Your begin volatility, though, is the same place. And your abandoned ship is actually lower, too. 5,050. So just so you know, the blue line... Hold on. Right there. Apologize for that. Your buy the dip has actually dropped this morning to right here. See this blue line? That's actually your buy the dip today. So let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of this. Your gamma flip has not changed, though. It is the same. Gamma flip is up here. Your begin volatility is right here. And your local resistance is below gamma flip. And we are in actual negative gamma as of today. So that is something that you need to know as well. We are technically now in negative gamma, and your local resistance, God damn it, turn that off, is 5,200. This is begin volatility, and this is your buy the dip, right where we are. So from this point forward until something changes materially, 5,150 is your buy the dip, and your sell the rip is 5,200. Now, I will say this. Because of where we are right now in gamma and the gamma profile this morning, we are in sell the rip. So I have to make that change for you this morning. From this point forward, you are now selling the rip. No more buy the dip like we talk about in the market briefs. So this local resistance is now, we're going to change this to sell the rip. And this is no longer buy the dip. This is local support. Now this can change, but it is different. Until something changes, this is local support, and this is sell the rip. So right here, sell the rip. Begin volatility. We are beginning volatility. And we will be selling this. So any pullbacks above, we sell. And we're also going to look right there. So we're going to flip from buyers to sellers here. Right there. So get your charts out at home. You got another small one right here on an intraday basis. Hold on. I'm sure you don't want to see that. There it is right there. Here's local support and your targets. Woo! Let's see where they are. Target 5050 to the downside. Woo! This is local support. Sell the rip. Someone's mad. Someone's saucy. Now, this can change. If you're a bull, this can change, but it ain't gonna change right now. Woo! Let's take a look on the charts and see where all of this is, okay? So we're gonna go to the trigger screen. And we're going to take a peek at this. And I'm going to show you where this is, okay? So this right here, that's big red right there. This is the line in the sand from sellers. You can't get above this. That's what they say. You're not getting above this. Okay? That's what they say. They might be asking, well, Cap, you're saying this, but what if we get above there? I think you get above there. I just don't know that it's make sure I got this right here. Hold on. April 9th. Yeah, right there. They, without a doubt, do not want you getting above this. Now, do I think you're going to get above this? I do. And there it is right there. If you are a seller, I'm going to change this one to red or to yellow. If you are a bear, I'm going to make that yellow. And the reason for it is because even if we squeeze, it's like if I turn this chart upside down, you would understand. You'd be like, oh, I get it, Cap. Pretend this is a flipped upside down chart. You squeeze up there, but then you roll right back down to the downside. So we'll find out how this plays out. But generally speaking, let's just go back to the main screen. If you're a seller, you want to be selling 518.14, somewhere in there. Hot damn. Woof. I'm going to leave up this chart for you this morning. No, that's the gamma flip, right? Bring that over there so you can see that. Just so you can see the gamma picture for this morning. I'll put that right there, unless we smash into it. And I will show you what they want, what sellers want. They want something like this. Go up here, grab some liquidity, and then bam, smash right through local support. That's what they want. Put that down below right there. Dude, Bostic yesterday we're like, oh, dude, he's super fucking. He's a. So yesterday with Bostic, we're like, he's turned from hawk to super dove, right? And he was trapping. Bostic was a liar. He is a hawk. Let's not mention that name. Yeah, I'm not actually that bearish. But personally, I'm not bearish here. But I'm looking at it from the perspective of a seller. Like I got to give the seller something. Like if you're a seller, this is what you got to do right here. You have to, if you are a seller, right, you need to defend this and send it lower. So I'm not going to take that away from a seller. Like this is they're shining. So we're not going to candy coat where we are. We're not going to ever do that. So again, I'll say it again, Jimmy. I've been saying this for I don't know how long. The longer we do not cut, the more bullish it is. I'm going to say it again. And I say that because it's historically when we start cutting rates, be scared. Not only be scared, you should see a rip in the market and then a fierce roll down. And the sooner that or whenever that happens, the roll down should be pretty aggressive, and the banks will time that. Now on the intermediary, We've got hot CPI, so it's on a short-term basis probably bearish, but not over the long term. The more work that the Fed does, the longer bulls have. Now, this morning particularly, I'm going to tell you right now, guaranteed that they weren't printing calls. Guaranteed. 100% liquidity. There was no way they were going to pay that. No way they're going bankrupt. Now, I did think we'd squeeze this morning. I was like, we'll go up a little bit, and then we're going to pull back, and they'll give you your chance to go up. I'll bring up the brief if you want here in just a moment. If you want, I'll read the brief to you from last night. I was like, we'll go up a little bit. Then we're going to pull back. Then we're going to go to the moon. There ain't no way they're going to print. I think I even posted on Wall Street Bets last night. I was like, I was like, they're going to sell the open, and then they're going to, then they'll rip it up afterwards, but they're not going to print your 0-day calls for $1 bazillion this morning. I didn't expect this, though. In no way. Well, I guess you got that, didn't you? I guess you did get that squeeze. You actually got 520. Dude, I didn't see this. You actually got 521.55. Let's look at the brief from last night. Let me read you guys the brief from last night. I guess technically you did get the 520. I should have seen this. You can see it right here. You actually did get it last night. Or this morning, I should say. At 8:29, you got the squeeze. But boy, they still fucked cash market. Holy shit. They did give it to you, just not when you wanted it. They didn't do it for cash market. So let's take a peek at it and see. Let's see what we wrote. Let's see what we wrote last night. Hold on. Let's see what we wrote in the brief last night. Give me like 2 seconds here. Excuse me. Another thing, too, is I've lost my voice. I lost my voice yesterday from screaming and all that nonsense with the stream. Let's see what you wrote last night. All right. So here we go. This is the brief that I wrote last night for supporters and for supporters and for. Sorry, I got to make the chat really small, but I'll make it bigger again. Hold on. So I wrote the swivel. Now, I don't know if you can read this right now. I'll make this smaller. So you can try to read this, I guess. Make this small so you can actually read this. Make that chat box small. If I'm wearing my Main Street hat and not my Wall Street hat, I cringe at the thought of wanting to elect a bank president as the president of the United States. The world will have completed the upside down, but most of you know I admire Jamie, even if I am diametrically opposed to him. He has been dropping crumbs and foretelling all week, and one of my favorites is his soliloquy relating to the military from Yahoo. In his letter released yesterday, Diamond began the section on management lessons by outlining the benefits of OODA loop, OODA. He explained the military, which often operates in extreme intensity of life and death, and in the fog and uncertainty of war, uses the term OODA loop: observe, orient, decide, act, repeat. A strategic process of constant review, analysis, decision-making, and action. Quote, one cannot overemphasize the importance of observation and full assessment. The failure to do so leads to some of the greatest mistakes, not only in war, but also in business and government. Completing a full assessment is critical, Diamond noted, for both business and governments. In business, the Harvard alumnus wrote, you have to understand your competitors, their distribution, their economics, their innovations, and their strengths and weaknesses. That's the I wrote end here because I didn't know if you guys understood double quotes anymore. A lot of you guys don't read anymore, so I just wrote end. To you as a trader, that means constantly assess who is behind and what the motivation of the source is trying to sell you is at all times, and constantly assess the best information you have to make a trading plan. As you execute the plan, if it goes against you, adjust. Read that right there. As you execute the plan, if it goes against you, adjust. Repeat over and over and over. This is a critical part of the post from last night. Put this over here so you can read it with me. To you as a trader, that means constantly, not consistently, constantly assess who is behind and what the motivation of the source is trying to sell you is. It's a pretty complicated thing to say, right? At all times. And constantly assess the best information you have to make a trading plan. As you execute the plan, if it goes against you, adjust, repeat over and over and over. With all of social media, financial news, and your barber calling for a correction in the market top for the year, it does not look like that is the case heading into tomorrow, does it? Where does that leave us? Taking a victory lap if you and I were right. No is the answer. Because trading and investing in the stock market is not about being right. I and you will be wrong a lot. It is a feature to be wrong. Market participants get farther knowing they will not be right a lot. It is a lesson in having your head on a swivel. Even if everything points towards all-time highs tomorrow and a run to 5,300. Sage words, right? At the turn of a dime, be ready to throw that thesis in the trash if price disagrees. And that is taught to people in the military. As they say, stay frosty. Make sure to check out my pinned tweet on my Twitter profile as John Owl, one of our most trusted admins, stops in the Discord at key moments, drop key insights gained from decades in the market. Do not ignore them and seek him out. Your charts are below. Now, this is the SPY chart. Here is 520 is somewhere right there. What did we trade on the high this morning? We traded the top tick was 521.51. Where's 521.51? Oh, let me move some of this over for you. Give me one quick second. Where do we trade this morning? This is 521.51-ish right there. Whoop. We traded that in pre-market. Now, where did I think we'd drop to? Right down here, 518. You can't see some of this, but well, let me see if I can make this. Hold, give me one quick second here. You can see that now. Just so you can see the numbers on the right-hand side this morning. There's your 521.5. We got that in pre-market. I said to you 518. What did we actually trade? Way lower, right? 511 bottom tick, 26. So we actually traded way down here, right? Way down there. And now we're trying to fight back to what? that right there, right? So we can at least get back up here to continue to the upside. So not what I expected, was it? Hold on a second here. But sage words above. You're either right or you're wrong. And not only are you either right or wrong, but not only are you right or wrong, but when you are wrong, you do what? What is the key lesson from the what is the key lesson from last night's? Push that over there. What is the key lesson from last night's market brief? Which is you can be wrong at the turn of a dime, and when it's most apparent that you're going to trade all-time highs, the market will turn against you. And that is what happened this morning, isn't it? The market has turned against you, and you have a stretched extreme low in the market this morning. The swivel, Jamie Dimon. Market squeezing now to get back to the hourly trigger. 1 in 5 minutes bull cross to the upside, trying to get back to 518.14 right now. Lesson learned, huh? How many of you read that market brief last night and woke up this morning and said, oh, fuck? I'm sure some of you did, right? How many of you read that market brief last night? None of you? Please tell me some of you read the market brief last night. Good morning, H-Bomb. How are you? C. Tazo said he wrote it last night. Right on. Nino, you read it last night? Good job. Good job. You read it every night. Ready to watch the world burn? You would, but you're poor. Zooted sloth. You don't get to 30 bucks. You can't afford 30 bucks. Really? You did read it. Oh, yeah, that's right. Legal draft. So legal draft. Last night I was going to do the double quotes. Then I'm like, these people aren't going to understand double quotes. I'm like, I'm going to write end. Yeah. So I do. So what I do is I write. You guys get, if you're like a pro trader or a subscriber or pro trader, you get briefs from me every day. I like write out the charts the day before, like tell you my thoughts, all that kind of stuff. I give you guys Elliott wave counts. I give you guys access to triggers that are, you can use the triggers, just you don't get them on TradingView, but you do get a chart with triggers, all that stuff. You get a bunch of cool shit. You're gonna teach them how to trade spoons? Yeah, I think I'm gonna give you two things. I'm gonna give you what Gamma says. I'm gonna give you what the market says. I'm gonna tell you this personally. Like if you want Captain Jim James, what I think, this morning was bullshit. The reason for the bullshit was market maker or dealers are not going to pay you, and a liquidity provider is not going to pay you this morning. So whatever you were in on the close yesterday, they're going to force you to rebuy. That's what I think. That's not financial advice, but that's truly what I think. If you really want to know what I think, that's the truth. I don't think this is the doom and gloom that looks on paper like it is. I think this is more of a function of fuck you and your calls. It's very simple. No. Look at, I gotta say this crystal clear. Crystal clear. I gotta make this because I don't want to be pigeonholed by anyone. You're not pigeonholing me, by the way, but I don't want to be pigeonholed by anybody. Number one, I'm gonna be crystal clear here because I've said this multiple times ad nauseum. Throw up my own mouths with this stuff. Not necessarily higher for longer, but until the Fed cuts rates, bulls are safe. I know that sounds contradictory, but that is the truth. The more cutting that happens, or whenever cutting happens, I would be scared if I was a bull. Okay, crystal clear. Now, if the Fed can convince you that one cut will come, but there will be likely be a pause after, or even more rate increases later, they may get away with that, but you would still see the market roll aggressively. Now, getting a bad CPI report this morning is not necessarily bad in the long term. It's actually positive in the long term. Now, that is completely different. That is a whole nother subject that is unrelated to the market squeezing into the close yesterday. That squeezing into the close yesterday as you're like, hey, I'm going to buy a bunch of zero dates for tomorrow, which I did not recommend. Dealers and liquidity providers are not going to print those. They're like, yeah, fuck you. We might print them for like 5 seconds. We're definitely rolling this shit down. And we're going to make you rebuy. And this is all a function of how markets work. You like bears sometimes are like, how many times in this stream do bears say, why can't we just crash right now? And it's because no one's positioned for it. Dealers, you're going to have to chase that. And even if they do chase that, it's all coming back. So anyways, long story short is hot CPI good for the markets? In the midterm and long term, yes, it is. This morning's price action is more a function of they're not going to bankrupt fucking dealers. And dealers are like, fuck you, basically. And there's liquidity providers out there. There are guys, high net worth individuals that provide calls and puts from what they own in the marketplace for liquidity for you and your bullishness or your bearishness. And when we get to these extremes, even on an intraday basis, they'll provide you with the calls that you want, but that you will not get paid for them. They literally pick up a phone and say, hey, Bob, I need fucking calls right now. Can you provide those? Literally, that's what they do. And it's not Bob, it's Carl Icahn and it's Bill Ackman oftentimes. Hey, man, I need some fucking puts. Can you provide that? And Billy Ackman says, I'll do that as long as you promise me that we're not fucking going down any farther, right? Or we're not going up any farther. And this is a function of that. Regardless of where we head, whether we go down or we go up, doesn't matter. But I want you to know that. And you're going to be like, no, Cap, that's not true. That is true. That is 100% true. Oh, you know what I did get? You asked about Market Mechanics book. You know what I did get? I've been reading this book. I just got this one, and I'm like about a third of the way through it. I'm reading, hold on here. Let me make this smaller. I'm reading this book right now. It's called How to Listen When the Markets Speak. The only thing I can tell you about this book right now, I can tell you a couple things about this book right now. Number one, Lawrence G. McDonald with James Patrick Robertson wrote this book. This is the one that I'm reading right now. And the only couple things I can tell you about it is this. These guys were there when Lehman went down. When Lehman went down, these guys were there. And I appreciate that because as these guys get older, they're not going to be here anymore. And personally, I need to suck up everything they have to say. All the older market participants, the Jedi Marcuses out there, the Jimmy Judes out there, the Andy Constans, all those guys that are there, Bob Kendalls, James Bakers, who else would be another one? Would be what's one of our favorites? Winky, what's one of your favorite traders out there? Tell me in the chat, Winky, what's one of your Larry Williams, right? That's right, Larry Williams. So, I want to know what these guys know because one day this stuff will be lost, and we're moving into in the future, not today, but in the future, we're moving into a place where there will no longer be human participants from the other side of this, from the professional side of this. You will one day see just computers, programs trading. And I'm very fearful of that from the retail side of things. And I know from a retailer's perspective, you're going to say, we're all going to switch to letting AI trade for us. I disagree with that. 100%. I think retailers are going to always want a human hand involved in the process of trading. Now, you might be like, well, my friend doesn't do that. I don't give a fuck about your friend. And I think that even in the stock market, you're going to have a human like a Jamie Dimon, a Jaime, that's going to say, I don't give a fuck about no AI. I want my hand on the button whenever I need to. And so I read this stuff. Now this book, this is the first thing it told you was these are some old guys from the Lehman days, right? The second thing it'll tell you is that they talk a lot of doom. Right in the beginning of the book, they're like, some bad shit's coming. And who else says that right now? Larry Williams says that, right? Larry Williams says, we've got one chance at a run, and it's going to last likely into the start of next year. I think he says that. If I could be wrong, if Larry's changed his opinion, I haven't been watching Larry Williams, but I'll be honest with you, I haven't been watching him recently, but I think he did say last year that we should get a nice fat run into the end of the year, and we're headed for some real fucking doom. And these guys are saying the same thing. They're saying, whatever the party is right now, party on, but at the same time, note that some real bad shit is coming down the road. Okay, so Larry was on the 18-year cycle at the beginning of the year. Sweet. Yeah, I've got the same post. I have a post from November, I think. I think it was November. I wrote a post on the website that says we're an 18-year housing cycle, and bad shit's coming. Bad shit's coming. We have an 18-year housing cycle that's coming to an end, I think, in 2026. And so due to that housing cycle, there should be some kind of there should be some kind of a panic run in the housing market heading into 2026. And you don't want to be in the backside of that. And as a matter of fact, last night I was on the phone with, I think I was on the phone with Joe Donut last night, and early night last night. And I said to Joe Donut, I go, it's really simple. I was like, they're going to run this fucking market up because they know that we will have a moment like 2000 or 2008. So they have to run it up, knowing that there's likely going to be a major crash coming in the next 2 years at latest. Exactly. It's very simple. So Joe and I yesterday were discussing the mechanics or the complicated reasoning behind everything and how that shit doesn't matter. These guys don't give a fuck. There are many books out there that have been written about Fed chairs and Treasury Department officials in high-ranking positions, and these people literally get put. There are books written from the smart people that work at the Fed that have no authority and the Treasury Department, and they're like, hey, I present complicated subjects with like a 100-page paper and say this and that's going to happen. And these guys don't give a fuck. The actual presidents don't give a fuck. These presidents are like, this is what's going to happen. This is why I'm awesome. I'm an amazing person. I'm a sociopath, and I don't give a fuck what you wrote. This is what I think's going to happen. And it's usually simplified. It's like very simple. We're coming into an 18-year housing cycle end in 2026. I know that I have to get the market here for where we're going to wind up in the next 10 years. And like, what about all this data over here? And they're like, fuck your data. I don't give a fuck. It's that simple. It literally is. And it has been like that since recent times in the 1950s. Hold on a second here. They really don't care. That they don't even believe that the operations that they do matter. There are Fed presidents that have admitted themselves in autobiographies saying, I don't know if what we do even matters. I think that we just time it at the same time that like we're trying to time a business cycle, so we start these operations while we're at this moment in a business cycle. I kid you not. It's real. Yeah, they time it. They will literally like time operations, thinking, "Hey, where are we in the business cycle?" They don't actually know if it actually makes a difference or not. They could do nothing, and likely it doesn't make a difference. Matter of fact, I read an article last night, late night, an article stating that same fact. They were like, we don't even know if this is hurting or hindering right now. Does it really fucking matter? And one of the things you'll be watching is the aggressiveness of the cutting. Yeah, that's true. There's an aspect to where we are where we're now trading. We're now sitting on the daily trigger here. There is an aspect to the aggressiveness of rate cutting or forcing rate cutting, which can happen. You can force the Fed to cut rates, but that's by rolling the market down, right? You can force that rate cutting. If the Fed can trick you into believing that they're only going to cut rates, like, hey, we're going to cut 0.5, right, or 5, we're going to cut 5 basis points, not 5 basis points, 0.5 basis points. We promise you we're not going to do another cut. The market will still roll, but not aggressively. I didn't say that, Jimmy. Jesus Christ. Every time I say cut rates, Jimmy Barry freaks out, right? The Fed's going to start cutting right now. So every time I say cut rates, Jimmy Barry's like, God damn you, Jim. Just some guy, Joe Donuts, steady boys, steady. We don't have an FOMC meeting. We've got the minutes at 2, right? 2 or 2:30, something like that. Let's take a look and see. Let's see what time it is. It's 10:51 right now. We've got it's 2 o'clock. Yeah, it's 2 p.m. We've got minutes of the Fed March FOMC meeting at 2 p.m. Now that's not it's just the minutes. So they're gonna read that stuff to you. 2 p.m. Not 2:30. We've got Fed minutes. Good morning, short seller. How are you, brother? Good to see you, man. Short seller is in the house. Short seller ST here this morning. How's everybody? Dude, I kid you not. My wife let me sleep in this morning. She's like, he's doing such a good job. We'll let him sleep in this morning. I woke up this morning and I was like, fuck. Let's take a look here on Bookmap this morning. Let's see what's going on here in Bookmap. Oh, yeah. They're like, fuck you. You ain't going nowhere. Woof. There's your bounce down below. Market seeing if you're willing to accept lower prices. What's this up here though? 5,300. Woo! 5,300. Look at that bad boy just parked up there, just begging. 5,300 up there, huh? Are you willing to accept lower prices or not? We're going to find out, aren't we? Hold on here. I don't know. Hold on, I'm having problems with Bookmap right now. Did anybody get that message this morning from Schwab? TD Ameritrade this morning was like, "Good morning, good sir." They're like, we're not going to allow you to log in. We want you to switch over to Charles Schwab. And I was like, really? This morning? You picked this morning for asking me to fucking switch over to Schwab? It's like, you're out of your fucking minds. All right, let's watch that right there. Yeah, did you guys get that message this morning? I was like, what the fuck are you doing? This morning is not the morning where I'm switching over to Schwab. Sorry. No, I got it months ago too. I got the paper shit in my mail, but this morning my service, like my TD Ameritrade service, was like, "Good morning, good sir. How do you do? How do you do, fellow kids?" I was like, "No. You're not doing the fellow kids this morning." Oh, you got it yesterday. I got mine this morning. Yeah, this morning it did. So I reset my computer this morning, and it was like, Oh, by the way, let's target out some lows. If you're a bear out there, I'm gonna give you some downside targets right now. Nice little bounce here on S2. If you're trying to sell this today, so you've got this stuff from me, right? This is what sellers want to hold. Sellers want to hold the pivot point here, just so you see that right there. And they also want to hold these two yellow bars right here. And SPX Gamma agrees with that, or SPX Gamma this morning agrees with that. And you are going, like, we're going to flip this upside down for you. If you're a bull, I'm going to pretend this chart's upside down right now. So if you're a bull, I know this is going to be crazy. I'm going to teach you how to be a bear. You want to see price come down and get a new high or new low, excuse me, so that you can target S3 and possibly even S4 and 5. We're a little stretched right now. I'm not going to flip the chart upside down for you to see it, but this is your low side target. So if you had a low side target, this is going to be it. I'm going to draw that in red, I guess. If you were a bull, if this chart was flipped upside down, your high side target would be right here. And you'd expect a buy on this right here, okay? If you are looking for a dip to buy, if you're a bear, it is right where we are, right here. Right here. That's where it is, right here. Right where we are to trade 504 and 506.60. So I'm going to draw this out for you if you are a bear. Right there. Something like that. If you are a bull, right there. That makes any sense. Should I flip this chart upside down so you can see it? I can. Hold on. I'll flip it upside down. I think I can. Give me just a quick second here. Flip vertical. Can I flip this vertical? Oh, yeah. Hold on a second here. If you were a bull, does that make sense to you? Pull back to the daily trigger and wait for the hourly trigger to move up. Here's the hourly trigger. Make sense? Bam, bam, right there. Make sense? I know this looks kind of wonky to you, but and what does a bear not want to see? A bear doesn't want to see this right here, do they? Make sense? I don't know if that makes sense to you or not, but it should. So if you are a bear, that's your line in the sand right there, okay? If the bulls are able to get above, which is below in this flipped upside down chart, the bulls will take back over here. Make sense? Flip vertical. All right, we're going to flip that back around right there. So we're going to change this actually to green. And if you are a bull, you want to be above this red bar right here. Make sense? If you're a bull, you want to see this right here, right? To continue higher. Make sense? Just like that. Does that make more sense to you? Bulls are like, okay, I can be a bear. Just flip that chart upside down, Cap, and I'll be all bared up with you. Hang tight here. Gotta drink some water. I lost my voice yesterday. When we were screaming yesterday, I lost my voice pretty bad. Woo. You really didn't think the Fed would let a hot CPI print come through. Neither did I. I'm with you on that one, Turkey. I did not think that. Well, I thought they would fudge the numbers as well. And to be honest, yesterday, two Fed officials yesterday, Lane Bernard, or Lael Bernard, I forget, I kept pronouncing her name wrong, and both Lael Bernard and Raphael Bostic yesterday implied the same in two different interviews yesterday. Brainerd. Sorry. See if this is actual bottom or not. Nope, we got more down below. We got some right down there. Oh, there it is right there. See it? Right there. Dude, hey, is Mr. Yen is here. Holy shit, my man. Hold on a second here. I got to make him a moderator. Hold on. So I got to make him a moderator because I had to remove all the mods. Give me one quick second. I got to do something here. He was a moderator. We had to remove everybody. Hold on one quick second here. Mr. Yen did say something. Hold on. Where is hold on one second. I got to make him a moderator. Where's why is my hold on a second here. YouTube's not agreeing with me right now. I can't see the chat. Is that actually Brian Watt? Because I'm going to make him a moderator. Oh, yeah. He's a mod now. What's going on, Brian Watt? If that's really the real Brian Watt, I hope it is. Mr. Yen in the house today. Woohoo! What's going on, Mr. Yen? Hell yeah, brother. Good to see you, man. Good morning. So Mr. Yen is here. So I want you to know out there that I used to watch Mr. Yen on YouTube. He's one of the best day traders that you could ever find on the internets, period. He is the fucking man. He is one of these guys. So when I talk about like Bob Kendall, Larry Williams, he's not as old as those guys. He's a young man. He's handsome. But if you ever looking for a true, real trader, this is the guy to follow. True gangster. Absolutely, 100%. Oh, dude, Brian, you're the man, dude. You've taught me so much, dude. You've saved my ass more than I can ever count. You've taught me more than fucking the worlds. You are legit. Yeah, and apologize for removing. You were a moderator before. I had to remove every moderator to reset all a bunch of bullshit for a bot that we had written for us. So I apologize. So what's going on, dude? Mr. Yen, dude, can I bring you on the show to start ranting for people or explain to people what's happening this morning, or no? I'd love to listen to you talk. He doesn't degen in options? Fuck no. Fuck no. He trades futures. I thought Mr. Yen, don't you trade, I thought you also traded commodities too, but I might be wrong on that. Yeah, it's the real Mr. Yen. It's him, it's Brian. He's a bad, dude, I used to watch it, dude, I would watch Brian, I fucking every single day. As a matter of fact, when so when Mr. Yen stopped streaming, he got really sick, and it was like a catalyst for me. I started watching the live streams on TD Ameritrade, and then they stopped doing it 24 hours a day. It was like they would only do it for like the mornings. There was like nobody out there trading live streaming except for Mr. Yen. He was the guy. He still is the fucking guy. He's the man. He's the fucking goat. Yeah, you do the Euro USD and QQQ and SQQQ. Dude, do you want me to send you an email so you can come on the show? Can I have you on the show? I can send you a Google Meet. You don't have to show your face or nothing. You can just hang out and talk if you want. I'll just shut up and let you chat and talk on the stream if you want. Dude, I bow to you just so you know. You're like the man. I defend you all the time. Defend you on Twitter, no matter what. Like I got your back 100%. Yeah, fucking full on fucking G. Period. Straight up fucking gangster. 100%. I don't know if you want, Brian. I could send you an email with a Google Meet. If you don't want to, don't worry about it. There's no need. But I'm sure, like 100%. You got a 7 lot on 6E. No worries, Brian. Good morning, man. Dude, Brian, let me ask you a question. Do you think that this morning's price is real, or do you think that this was a function of dealers saying there's no fucking way we're printing anything for you? There's no way we're squeezing up into the close yesterday and you're going to wake up this morning and be like, yeah, fuck yeah, we're at 5:30 right on the fucking open. Take your money, bankrupt us, get fucked. All right, I'll send you an email right now, brother. Mr. Yen, are you still on Twitter? I'm gonna find you on Twitter right now. I'll send you a DM for a Google Meet. Shit, I'm missing a bunch of this conversation. Are we going to get a 4 to 5% correction ever again? Is the question from Mr. Yen. From my perspective, yes. My perspective, though, Mr. Yen, is that we're gonna bounce off 5,520 or 5,200 and try to trade 53 and 5,500. But yes, ultimately, yes, you do get a correction, and it's going to be nasty as fuck. I think it's more than 5%. I think it's, you want to see what I think it is? Hold on, brother. Paxton Corp. Roger that. I'm going to send it right now, my man. I'm going to send you a link to a Google Meet right now. Really quick, if you think that do I think we're going to get a fucking correction? Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, I do. But the problem here, or not problem. So here's a 1-day chart, right? We're still not fucking. I mean, look at this bullshit. Look at where we are. Like, this is how fucked up shit is, right? We're still in the fucking range. We are still in the freaking range. We still are not. We're still range bound. As of this morning, even though we're below the daily trigger, we are still range bound. Nothing has changed. Literally nothing has changed. So do I think I'm still on plan? Yeah, 530. Yeah, okay. Blast down. Okay, 550. And then you get your nasty ass correction that everybody wants, right? Mr. Yen said 4 to 5%. I think it's deeper. I think it's something nasty like way down here. I don't know what that is, but that is what is that? How about 17%? 4 to 5%. I want 17. That's really truly what I want. 17%. But look at this shit. This is absolute bullshit here, isn't it? Still range bound. Still range bound. Still bullshit. Mr. Yen, I'm going to send you a link right now at this moment. Give me a few seconds here, and I'm going to switch back over so that I can leave this bullshit up for everybody. I mean, it is bullshit, right? We know that. Let's put this up for you guys. Give me a couple seconds here. I'm going to get Mr. Yen on. Give me just a couple seconds here. At the background, I'm going to send Mr. Yen an invitation, get him on the show. Hopefully we can get him to fucking go on a rant. We need some Mr. Yen rant this morning, definitely. Hold on one second here. All right, let's do it. I'm gonna do something on the show really quick. I want to see or make sure that I can switch over to this thing. Give me one quick second here. Interview. All right, that looks good. Hold on one second here, boys and girls. Coming up in just a moment, we're going to have Mr. Yen on the show, and I hope that he goes on a fucking rant because we probably need him this morning out there. We probably need Mr. Yen. This is like a Bob Kendall. This is a Larry Williams. This is someone that you trust. This is someone that has been in the market for a long time, and you can trust this guy from his experience, his wisdom, his market wisdom. These are people that you turn to in moments like this morning to look for their guidance for the future. So just give me a few moments here. Oh, you know what we should do? Hold on here. Hold on. I'm clicking the wrong buttons here. Hold on. You know what we should do before we have Mr. Yen on? We should tell Twitter because Twitter's a shithole. And what do we say about Twitter? Fuck Twitter. So we'll tell them to piss them off. We'll piss off Twitter right now. We'll stir the shit pot on Twitter. Hold on here. We'll piss off. Oh, what up, Will M? Good to see you. Give me one quick second. We're gonna stir the shit pot on Twitter. I shouldn't do this, but we're gonna. Not really a. Get rid of that. We got a line. We got to set this up. So I posted. I used to have a video that I used to post about Mr. Yen. It was a goat playing music and smoking a doobie or something. I don't know if I still have it. I gotta post. I gotta see if I can find it so I can post it on Twitter. Or you know what? How about this? How about fuck Twitter? Because I don't want any of the fucking scumbags to come on the show and shit post. You know what? I'm not gonna post anything on Twitter. I was gonna do that, but I'm not gonna do it. Fuck Twitter. I gotta rethink some of this stuff. But hold on here. I definitely don't want to. I hate trolls, man. I like the trolls so that I can shit on them, but I don't want to do it this morning. They get nothing this morning. So how about fuck Twitter? Here we go. caxtoncorp at gmail.com. So with their email I'm going to send to him, I'm going to write, good morning, goat. Because he is the fucking goat, period. In one quick second here, boys and girls. You can choose if you want video or not. Just one quick second, people. All right. All right. Hold on here. This is like, all right, here we go. We're almost there. Almost there. Sorry, I got to do a bunch of crap to get this thing up and running. New meeting. Add others. Okay. Give me one quick second here, boys and girls. I just need just a moment. All right, Mr. Yen, if you're out there, I'm sending you an invitation right now. All right, let's see if we can get a... Let's see if we can get Mr. Yen on the show. Should be here in just a moment. Check my texts. Mr. Yen, I just sent you an invitation to join us. Is that actually Mr. Yen or no? Mr. Yen, I think I sent you an email just now. I think I just emailed him right now. He just clicks on the link and he'll join us. Let's see if he's able to join us or not. Give me just a moment here. Malik, woo, butterflies. We get Mr. Yen on. I hope I got it right here. But Mr. Yen, if you're watching out there, when you accept, I won't have your video on stream, and we can in the background make sure if you don't want to have video, you don't have to have it. If you want to have just your voice, that's fine. Whatever you want. This is the fucking goat, dude. This is the guy. This is the fucking man, dude. I know, I'm probably gonna get rickrolled. If it's not Mr. Yen, if you are gonna rickroll me, get fucked. If it's not Mr. Yen, it's like some kid that's like, suck a dick. I don't know, maybe it'll bring more viewers, I guess. But I'm hoping it actually is Mr. Yen. I really do. This is a guy that like, dude, when I wasn't streaming, dude, this was the guy that I showed up to every single morning. I was at the fucking feet of this guy. He's the man. Yeah, Leroy Jenkins time. Baba Booey. Oh, dude, you don't have to put your Mr. Yen. You don't have to have video, dude. You don't have to do that shit, dude. Just fucking chill, man. Just do audio, dude. Dude, you're the guy. Like, you are, like, we all look up to you. We literally talk about you in this show all the time. We're like, follow Mr. Yen, watch his live streams, everything this guy does. We're at your feet, man. He is the fucking GOAT, period. It might be his email, but it could be somebody. I think it's him. I 100% think it's him, but this could be somebody just making a YouTube name for himself and being like, yeah, whatever. I don't think that's the case, but we'll find out. If we get rickrolled, that's fine too. Mr. Yen, if you are out there, I did send you an email to your email address to join us. Yeah, it'd be funny either way, but, you know, if it's someone trying to rickroll us, fuck it. That's what happens. We're doing this shit live, right? What do they used to say on Fox News? That guy on Fox News that was like, fuck it, we'll do it live. See if he'll join us right now. I think he said he was going to comb his hair or something like that. Oh, dude, here he is. All right, ready? Hopefully this is Mr. Yen. Let's see if it is. Let's hear. All right, so he supposedly is here. I'm going to ask him a question. Is this the GOAT? By the way, if this is Mr. Yen, you're the guy, dude. And your audio is live right now. Good morning, Mr. Yen. Mr. Yen, in the bottom of your screen, there should be a button for you where you see a microphone. You can click that to unmute yourself. And I can see right now your email. I'm not going to show it on the screen, by the way. It looks like he's here right now, so it's going to be just a few moments. Mr. Yen, I'm also gonna chat with you on the side here. Just a few moments. Yeah, the anticipation does build, doesn't it? I gotta be honest with you guys. I would never join the chat in his streams. Like that. This is the guy. Like this is one of my heroes. He really is. Like, what I'm gonna do is this. The interview process is gonna go like this. I'm gonna introduce him to you, and I'm gonna give him the floor. And I'm just gonna shut up and let him talk to you guys. He is one of the guys out there that you would want to turn to and soak up everything that you can. Guys like this have been in the market for a very long time. Whether you like these guys or not doesn't matter. What's most important is that you absorb like a sponge everything they have to say. Whether you agree with it or not does not matter. These guys will not be here one day. When they're not here, right, it's gone forever. It's gone for fucking ever. And literally, you need this so that you can pass this stuff on to younger people. One day you're going to be an old fuck. You're going to be 50, 60, 70 years old. And there's going to be a 20-year-old or a 30-year-old that you need to pass along this information to. So please absorb anything that he has to say to you this morning. Mr. Yen, if you can hear me, I still have no audio from Mr. Yen. He is here, but I'm not getting any audio from him at the moment. He may be prepping right now. Just a few moments. I can't believe that he's here. It's like I'm literally like shocked that he's here. This is like having Jedi Marcus on. This is like having Larry Williams on. Like these guys like this. Fuck no, I'm not sending him a dick pic. I might have lost him here for a minute. So we'll see if he gets back on here in just a moment. The link is, if you're at home, or Mr. Yen, if you're listening, the link is still good.
Can you hear me?
Oh, shit. Hold on, here he is. We can hear Mr. Yen. We can hear you, brother. Let me turn you up really quick. So, just do a mic check. Just say check 1, 2, 3 or something.
Check 1, 2, 3.
Let me turn you up a little bit more here. All right, dude, check mic check one more time, please.
Mic check 1, 2, 3. Mic check 1, 2, 3.
Oh yeah, you guys hear him out there? There he is. Mr. Yen, if you want to present anything on your screen, you can. If you do not want to, that's fine. I'm going to be quiet and just let you speak to this audience. This audience, man, loves you, brother. So I'm going to be quiet here, and I'm not going to say anything else and let you just talk. And if you at any point want to present anything, just say, hey, share my screen, and I will, okay?
Well, I'm not 100% prepared today. I got a 7 lot on in the 6E, so I won't be presenting anything today. But I don't know. Let's do one more sound check, Jim. How's it sound?
Dude, you are live, brother. They can hear you. I've got you cranked up. So if they're at home, dude, that's blasting on their TVs.
Well, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but hey, listen. First of all, let me just thank the captain. He's been so kind to me all these years. We go way back on Twitter, on our live shows back in the day. And I remember when we used to talk trading all the time, and hopefully he and others found some of my charts useful. But he's always been so kind to me. Jim, you do a great job. I don't know how you do it every day, though. You must have the energy of a 20-year-old, brother.
Dude, man, like, I know you know. There ain't that many people, dude, that know. Like I know you know. Like, streaming is not fucking. You know that it takes a shit ton to do what you do.
Yeah, it's not glamorous, and the energy level required, and hopefully my voice is coming through okay. I don't have my monitor on.
Your voice, dude, everybody can hear you. People in the chat right now, they're saying it's quite loud. Hold on, let me turn it down a little bit.
Yeah, I can back off a little bit too. Sorry, I'm talking a little loud.
I got you now on my monitor. I got your voice at supposedly an acceptable level now.
All right, let's do a test. 1, 2, 3. Jim, how many hours a day are you on the air? Are you on the air every day?
Dude, I'm on the air. See, I gotta say something to you. Dude, it's like there aren't that many fucking people that do what you do, dude. So like you know that like a viewer, they just turn you on, turn you off, and they don't know anything about what it takes to stream. I'm on the air, dude, 7.5 hours a day. I literally eat shit and sleep this shit. And I know that you know what that means. Like, then you got to do the prep in the morning. Then you got to do the prep at nighttime. Then I got to see the kids and the wife and all that other fucking shit in my life. It sucks, dude. It's hard. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, you do an amazing job. You have an amazing show. The first time I heard about this show some years back. Do you know John Haggerty?
I know him. I actually know him personally. We talk on the phone every couple days.
Okay, so the other night my phone rings, and over the years a number of people have gotten my phone number, and I tried to always put them in by their Twitter name, which is kind of hilarious if you think about it. I have a whole list of contacts of people's Twitter names, which, which, which is hilarious.
I do the same thing, dude.
You know, I'll have Josh Man Dude or something.
Yeah, dude.
It's hilarious. So anyway, my phone rings, and it's some number. It's got to be out west somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't know who it is, and I thought, let me just pick this one up. Sometimes I get like 100 calls on a weekend. My number is floating in cyberspace, I guess. I pick it up, and this deep radio voice comes on, right? I thought I was on the Howard Stern show or something. He's like, "Oh, Brian, this is John,"
Yeah.
and I'm like, "No offense, but who the fuck is John?"
Yeah.
Like, yeah,
He
John
called me
Hackett.
this week. I was like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "Oh, I just want to talk to you."
He sounds like he is like a professional voiceover guy. It's hilarious. Like his voice is so good. He has a voice that I wish I had.
I
His
think he's
voice,
a producer, Hollywood producer of some kind, right?
I don't know what the hell he does, but he calls me, and I didn't know who it was because I forgot to put in my contacts. And I'm looking and I'm thinking, is this the X-Men? Is this Mr. Q? Because there's all these names on Twitter. And I knew it wasn't Tom Dancy because it didn't come from England. And he's like, "Hi, bro," like in this deep radio voice, like a perfect voiceover.
Yeah.
Like he's doing a TV commercial for it's some sort of gum or something. He's like, "Hi, Brian, this is John Haggerty." I was like, I thought I was in trouble. I thought it was the FBI. It was funny, man. By the way, the delay in getting on the show was this. I haven't combed my hair. I haven't shaved in a week, so I was trying to kill the camera, number one. And then number two, I was trying to use my $600 Shure microphone. I have actually it's only 300. I have the MV7. And if I plug in my MV7, you're going to hear me in the perfect dulcet tones of Mr. Yen, but then I can't hear you because I don't have my headphone monitor in.
Yeah.
I have my headphones, but it's the wrong jack to go into the mic because this is all kind of all of a sudden last minute. So I apologize to your fans if I sound like shit.
No, you sound fine, dude. I've got a mic too that I haven't used. I bought one of those expensive fucking mics, and I haven't fucking hooked it up because the rest of that shit that goes along with it is like, it's a whole goddamn rabbit hole. It's like I gotta get a fucking mixing board and all this other bullshit, and I'm like, I got a rabbit hole that's gonna take me a year to even, I don't know, begin to fucking hook that shit up. So I hear you on that one, and your voice is fine. People here in the chat can hear you clearly just fine. Dude, yeah, an XLR mic, exactly. Mr. Yen, dude, how are you feeling? Like, seriously, how are you doing with your health?
Okay, so we did a major update on Twitter. We'll actually do a YouTube version of it. I have, I don't know, 20. Sorry, if you heard a noise, that was me trading the Forex. The metastatic cancer, of course, as people know, I had prostate cancer, but it was metastatic, meaning it went to all my bones, my spine, and all that. As of 2 weeks ago, we did the most expensive test they make, called a PSMA PET scan. And the PSMA PET scan is like $25,000 scan. It's not a bone scan. It's a PSMA PET scan. If there's any cancer, it'll find it because they inject you with this radiopharmaceutical that is radioactive, and it goes right to the cancer and lights it up for the camera. It's like $25,000. So I didn't want to do the test, but I did the test because they kept asking me. It's 25 grand. We didn't find any cancer in any bones or any organs. The only place we found cancer was on the right side of my prostate. I have an appointment actually tomorrow in Philly to figure out what we're going to do about that. This is my 7th year with terminal cancer. Apparently, I now have a record. So apparently, I'm like the GOAT of metastatic cancer now. I don't know. But the average life expectancy for my cancer is 3 years, and as of September 18th, it's 7 years. And I'm going to tell you something. The reason I'm still here is because of all the people on social media who gave me so much energy, so much love, so much support. I can't, I'm telling you, I tell people that and they don't believe me, but I'm telling you that energy came through. I fought like a son of a gun. And, it looks like right now, based on what we know, yes, I still have terminal cancer, but I have a 2-year runway. They tell me, in other words, if the cancer comes back, which it will, it'll take at least 2 more years to kill me. And I figure by then we'll invent a new drug and you probably have to put up with me for 2 more years after that. So I'm doing well. Thank you for asking.
Hold on. Did you take the test for the 25,000? Yes. Just want to make clear on that.
Yes, I took the $25,000 test and I got the results 2 weeks ago. There was no lit up cancer in my body except in one spot. And I had 49 tumors and there's only one left. Isn't that crazy?
So I don't know what I want to say on stream. I just started having problems with my shit recently.
Yeah, I got you.
And I started going to the doctor recently about it. I don't want to say this shit on stream, but I can't imagine life perspective when you're where you are right now. I'm not going to ask you to address that here in the stream either, but there I don't know what to say. I don't know that that's for the audience to listen to or anything, but
How is your health, Jim? Are you okay?
yeah, well, my health is normal, but fucking like I like turning 50, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on with my bowels and shit? And I'm scared of that, but I don't have confirmed anything, but of course I'm having panic attacks at fucking nighttime, having fucking like during the day. I think about it all day long. I've never said this on the stream either, but
well, what I can tell you is that in your circumstance, first I'll tell you this: the reason I found out I had cancer is I was trying to get an additional $300,000 in life insurance for my niece Skylar. I didn't need to do it because I had a couple million in the bank, and she's the main beneficiary. But I was getting older, and I said, you know what? Let me just get this 300 grand. Well, State Farm asked me to do blood work because it was too big. It was, more than 100,000, so I had to do blood work. So there's a point to the story as it relates to you, Jim. I got this phone call, and they said, we're going to have to decline your life insurance. And I said, why is that? And they said, well, under HIPAA, we can't say, but there's a medical issue. We'll send you the blood work and take it to your doctor. Well, when they sent me the blood work, I could see that my PSA, which is something we men take as a test once we get above 50, we take a PSA test. Well, my PSA was 99, and it was supposed to be like, 0.5. So I knew I had cancer. What I'm getting at, Jim, is I found out my medical issue all of a sudden. Like I had cancer when I went to the doctor. We found out I had 49 tumors, but I didn't feel them. So I didn't have time to go through the panic of, hey, what's wrong with me? In other words, apparently I had cancer for 10 years. Here's the bottom line. I had cancer for 10 years and didn't know it. Leave it to Mr. Yen to not know he has cancer. I just kept working. I kept trading. I didn't know I was sick. And then when they took a scan and we did the blood work, I literally had cancer all over my body, but I didn't feel it. I did ache. I had some aches, but I figured it was old age, right?
Yeah.
So in your situation, it's a little more difficult for you because you're slowly seeing some symptoms of this or that. It doesn't matter what it is. You're seeing some things. You're also dealing with the aging process because you're getting a little older, and that's a mind fuck if there ever was one, right?
Yeah.
And so I feel your pain, but here's what I would tell you: knowledge is power. Let's talk to the doctor, maybe do some blood work. Let's see what we find out. We can't rob all of our tomorrows by worrying about our today. When we worry too much today, we steal from all of our tomorrows. All of our tomorrows get soaked up with worry. So the only way to deal with that is to get to the doctors, do whatever battery of fucking tests they want, get them over with. Let's see what's wrong with you, and then we'll go from there. If there's a problem, we'll fix it. And if there isn't a problem, we'll just keep fucking streaming.
So the doctor said to me, so the doctor did this. So he goes, they did the blood test. He said everything comes back. He said you'll know if something's wrong. You'll get something from me. But then they did that. Then they stuck a finger up my ass, and this is true. I'm going to say this on stream. They stuck a fucking finger up my ass, and it came back with no poop in my ass because I was shitting out like clear fluid and stuff. They think that or at this moment they think that it's just stress and worry and all that shit. That I could be, like burning out my fucking long and short intestines basically from stress. Now the blood work hasn't come back as negative or positive or any kind of bad shit at this moment, but now I'm gonna do a fucking colonoscopy, which I've never done before, so I've got that lined up.
Yeah, well, the colonoscopy is going to be a breeze. They'll probably give you a little sedative. They'll put the camera up there. Easy peasy. You'll be home the same day. No issue there. They do. Here's the good news. The people that do colonoscopies do dozens of them a week. Nice and simple. The best thing to do is go up and take a look, and then whatever it is, we'll fucking deal with it. You're a rock star, so this shit ain't going to bother you. We're going to go do the test. You're going to do the colonoscopy. We'll take some pictures, and then we get back to rock and roll.
I can't believe I'm saying this shit on a goddamn stream, brother. Like, I don't want to say that because you got to have, like, get the image and then you get the real fucking, what's fucking real and shit.
Listen, this is live television. We never know where it's going to go, brother. Are you okay? You're going to be okay.
I'm weirding out right now, man. I'm weirding out just saying that shit on stream. Like, I don't want to say that shit to people, but it's real. It's fucking what real life is, so.
Listen, and I really respect you for that because one of the things that I decided to do when I got cancer, and not just any cancer, like there's cancer and then there's terminal cancer. So there's stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. I had stage 4, 2B7. Like there's like 3 fucking digits after mine, right? It was hilarious. I actually started laughing when the doctor said, well, you're stage 4, 2B7 or 2D7. I was like, well, stage 4 is terminal. Why do we need the extra fucking digits, bro?
I'm the same. I'm like, there's got to be some kind, like even myself, dude. I go through these stages in my brain where I'm like, you know what, fuck this shit, or then I'm like, god damn it, fucking hate life, and fucking, I'm like back and forth, like like the rage, upset, acceptance, fucking telling my fucking wife, dude, with my kids don't know this shit, but like talking to my wife, and I'm like, this might be it. Like, this might be fucking it. And,
Here's the thing. A lot of times, these are minor issues, and we have medications and all kinds of things. And let's see what we get. Let's do the colonoscopy. We'll figure it out. But one thing I can say is knowledge is power. And once you have the knowledge in terms of the diagnosis, if there's any kind of condition, and it's probably not cancer anyway, it's probably something else, and then we'll give you a pill. Listen, man, they got a pill for everything these days. It's crazy. But
are you trying to like live like okay? So they told you, fuck you. You've got stage 4. Eat a bag of dicks. So are you like, well then, how about fuck you? And I'm gonna go live life. What's your like? What the fuck do you do with that?
I can tell you exactly what happened. Hopefully, I don't see the chat, but hopefully, I'm coming through loud and clear. Is my voice okay?
Oh, dude, you have like 3,000 people listening to you right now.
All right, so here's the deal. After I got the blood test, the doctor says you got to go do this scan called a bone scan. I said, okay. I do the bone scan, and he calls me at night. He asked me what my reaction was. He called me at night. He asked me to come in. I said, okay. So I went in the next day, and when I get into his office, he's got my bone scan image on a big 80-inch television. And I look over, and I said, hey, I call him Dr. Squad. His name was Squadrito. I call him Dr. Squad. Dr. Squad, what's going on? He goes, Brian, I have some bad news. I just want to show you what we're dealing with. And I said, boy, there's a lot of lights on that skeleton. This was a bone scan. And he said, yeah, that's your scan. You have cancer all over your body. How's it possible that you're walking around? And I said, what do you mean? He says, well, I have patients that are dead that had half the cancer you have.
Jesus
we don't understand how you're still walking around. And I said, I feel fine. I rode 7 miles on my rower. I have a Concept 2 rower. I said, I rode 7 miles last night. I'm good, man. And so he says, yeah, this is not good. This is what we call metastatic disease, meaning you had prostate cancer probably 10 years ago, but it got out of the prostate, and now it's all over your body. It doesn't appear to have hit any organs, but we'll do a CT scan to determine that. But so I look at him. This is the punchline. I look at him and I said, all right, I'm chewing gum. You know, I'm chomping on my gum. I was like, all right, so how much time I got?
Yeah.
And he says, well, we could try some things to slow it down, but I just want you to understand that even after all these years, there is no cure for stage 4 prostate cancer. We're closer to a cure for stage 4 breast cancer than we are for stage 4 prostate cancer. And I said, all right, you're beating around the bush. How much time? And he said, 7 to 14 months. But I could give you an injection, and we'll see if we could slow it down. I said, and we talked about side effects of the injection, which we're not going to get into on air, but none of them were good. Basically, they were going to take away all my testosterone and, like, you know, turn me into a woman or something.
Yeah.
And he says, you got to sign this form to take this shot because there's a lot of side effects. And it's like 3 pages. Well, I just
was this when you were? I remember I used to watch you. I think at the time when you said I'm going to take this treatment that's
yeah,
like I'm going to do a treatment that hasn't been done a lot or a lot of people haven't had. Is that the treatment you're talking about or no?
No, that came later when the cancer came back. But this injection called Eligard, leuprolide acetate, you know, is crazy, the side effects. And so he says, here's the list of side effects. And I said, I don't need the list. I'll sign it. So I sign it. He goes, aren't you going to read that? And I said, Mr. Yen does not read contracts.
Yeah.
So, and he knew who I was from, like, Twitter and stuff. So he says, well, I'm gonna send in a nurse if you want to, you know, give it some thought. And I said, hit me. He said, what? I said, hit me. He goes, you just want the injection. You don't want the counseling. I said, hit me. And
yeah, exactly, dude. Fucking right. I would be the same fucking way. Like, just fucking hit me right in the arm, fucking balls, ass, whatever you want. Hit me.
This one goes in my stomach. I'm looking at him, staring at him. I think I had blue sunglasses on, which I hadn't taken off yet. And I'm staring at him. I lift up my shirt and I was like, hit me, hit me. And he says, all right, let me get the shot. And he takes his needles like 6 inches and he jams it in there. And what I'm getting at is that my thing came all at once, right? So I was kind of lucky in a way. I didn't have to go through the trail of tears like the Baton Death March, where you get a little symptom, then you get this, then you get that, and you have 6 months of not knowing. No. My knowing came in a 3-day period. On a Tuesday, I got a letter or a call from State Farm. State Farm says you can't have life insurance. This was the sequence. State Farm said you can't have life insurance on a Tuesday. On Thursday, I was in doing a bone scan. On Friday, I'm staring at the bone scan on an 80-inch TV, and my body is riddled with cancer. And on Monday, I was selling the house.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Because I knew I was going to die, and I was going to leave the house to the kids. And I didn't want to. I had a big house. I had a big mansion. It was 7,000 square feet. I didn't want to leave such a big house to get them a little house so they can deal with the taxes and the upkeep. So Tuesday, I get the no from State Farm. Thursday, I'm getting a scan. Friday, I was told, this was on September 18th, 2017, my birthday. Friday, they said, you're going to die. On Monday, I called my realtor, and there was a sign outside my house. So your situation is a little different because, you know, this is like a slow Baton Death March kind of thing. Like,
yeah.
Oh my, what test do I do next? Oh, my God, I got to do a call. So just hang in there. But
that's like taking a 2x4 to the face, though, man. You're like fucking, you're just like fucking one day everything's awesome sauce, next day, fuck you.
Yeah, tomorrow is promised to no one. You know, tomorrow is promised to no one.
Are you still able to go out and eat in nice restaurants? I know that you like food. Are you still able to go out and get dinner and shit? And at least
yeah, my brother Kurt Watt is probably in this broadcast right now because he's a big fan of yours. And that's how I knew you were on the air, because Kurt Watt, my brother, texted me and he goes, somebody just mentioned you on Captain Jim's show. And I said, I know the captain. What are you talking about?
Are you shitting me?
No. I don't know if he has a YouTube name, and if he doesn't have a YouTube name, then he wouldn't be in the chat. But he's a big fan. His name is Curtis Watt. He's my brother.
Curtis, where the fuck are you, Curtis?
So he's gonna have to create a YouTube name. I think he has a YouTube name, so he'll probably type something in the chat.
Curtis, send me a fucking DM on Twitter, man, and I'll just give you an honorary fucking. You just like chat whenever you want, dude. Or if you don't want anybody to know who you are, I understand that too, because you don't want people up your ass all day long. If Bork or Joe Donut or Winky, if any of you guys see Kurt anywhere, if you could get him on the or make sure that he can chat whenever he wants.
He texted me and he said there's some show, Captain Jim. He's a stock market show. I said, yeah. What about it? He goes, somebody mentioned your name because he was asking for names of good traders, and somebody said the GOAT, Mr. Yen. I said, I know Jim. He goes, really? I said, watch this. I'm going to go into his chat. And that's how it all started today. Because my brother Kurt Watt texted me, and he's like, I'll it's called the Stock Market Show. I said, that's Captain Jim. What are you talking about? I know Captain Jim. I'll go in there right now. I was like, watch this. And I went in. So that's how I ended up here. Kurt Watt, my brother.
Kurt Watt, dude. He's here, or he watches the show. Dude, Mr. Wayne, I got to tell you something, man. Like, I'm fucking like, I think all these young traders, right? Like, they do the meme shit all day long, or they get to start trading like meme stocks and this and fucking that, and watching the fucking guys with Lamborghinis and fucking fake airplanes and all this other bullshit out there. And I'm like, my thing is like, how about fuck all that meme shit and start looking at the indexes as your friend for a lifetime of trading. And of course I'm like, you got to watch these guys like Mr. Yen and Bob Kendalls and fucking Larry Williams and Jedi Marcus and you can name there's a fucking long litany and list of market participants that have been in this market for 10, 20, 30, 40 fucking years, and your name is in that. You are someone that I not only look up to, but you've taught me fucking worlds of shit that I could never get from a book or a YouTube channel or a fucking Lamborghini driver or any of that kind of shit. And how do you carry that tradition on? Like, there's no more fucking floor traders. Like, all these fucking Jimmy Judes and the Jedi Marcuses of the world, like, that's not a thing anymore, right? And you don't want to lose that shit. What do you have to say to young people out there?
Yeah, so here's what I would say. I was just listening to an interview with 2-Year Flipper. His name is Jeff, but everybody knows him as 2-Year Flipper. He's one of the great traders out there right now. He's a one-tick scalper in the bonds. That guy's making mid-six figures every year. If he has a fat finger, it probably costs him, $1 million. He's a big trader. He puts on size. He used to put on hundreds of lots in the 2-year note and so forth. Anyway, I was listening to his interview the other day. This is the only interview I ever knew that he did. He was on a podcast, and he was talking about the old days in the pit. And he was telling the story that he started to arb between his handheld and the floor. And I'm listening to this, and he proceeds to explain that so the floor is 05 bid, 06 offered, but he can see on TT that it's at 03. Because he's got this handheld. It was the first year that we had, electronic trading. So he'd buy the 03s on the handheld and he'd sell them at the 06s in the pit. And here's the thought that I had, was that I'm very proud of how we've migrated from the floor to technology. When I first started trading, we had TT, then along came CQG, then along came something called CQG Q Trader, which was a scaled down version of their big consolidated $1,000 a month software. And then somewhere along the way, we had Ninja Trader, Ninja Trader 3. And who knew, Jim, that the internet was going to get high speed, that we were going to get our quotes in less than a hundredth of a millisecond? When I started trading in the 90s, we had to call Lynn Waldock on the phone, and each side was $14.99. When they discounted it to $8.99 a side, we thought we were in heaven because it was $8 a side. And now we get to trade. So here's my inspirational message of the day to anybody that's listening. You have no idea how lucky you are. Stop fucking complaining. You wanted a rant? Here goes. Here goes a fucking rant. Okay? And I want y'all to fucking listen to me.
Listen up out there.
These fucking men had to drive into Chicago, park their fucking car, pay a fucking fee, walk in through security, then they had to change out of their jacket into a smock, and they had to tip the fucking lady to go grab their fucking smock because they weren't taking their fucking smock home. Oh, and by the way, then, and if this gets too loud, I don't give a fuck. Then they had to walk down another long hallway to get into the CME or the CBOT, and then security was there checking their fucking badge, okay? Then they get down onto the floor, and they got to figure out how to make a fucking living.
Yeah.
Standing there screaming all day, screaming all fucking day, standing there trying to find a trade. Over in the corner in the bond pit, we had what was called Pirates Cove. Pirates Cove would just rob you blind. They would lie about what they traded, what they didn't trade. They'd back trade. They'd change the fucking numbers. And not only that, you couldn't have food. You couldn't have anything to drink. And you weren't allowed to have gum. So your breath smelled, you were hungry, and you needed something to drink, okay? And they had to stand there for 5 fucking hours and try to figure out how to make a grand, okay?
Jesus fucking
Stop
Christ.
fucking complaining. You little fucking maggots are out there complaining, no, I don't know how to trade. I can't do this. This is too hard. You're sitting there. You got your Diet Coke. You got a Philly pretzel or a cheesesteak or a slice of pizza. You're getting high-speed quotes delivered to your screen in a ladder that's organized between the bid and the fucking ass. These guys are in the pit with Tom Baldwin and Scotty Ryan and Charlie D, and they can't even hear. They're trying to figure out where the fucking market is. They can't hear the news. They don't have a squawk from the old rant squawk or now a financial juice. They didn't have anything. They were trading in a fucking vacuum in the middle of a bunch of smelly, angry men, and somehow they managed to make a living. And you're over there in your bedroom. You got 6 fucking screens. You got a Diet Coke, a cheesesteak, and you're acting like a little bitch.
Fucking facts, dude. Fucking facts. Tell these fucking kids.
You have high-speed internet. You have 50-to-1 leverage in some products. Go trade the 6E. You get one contract is $2,000, and it's the gross value of the contract is like $125,000. You could trade the 10-year note. You could trade the bonds. You could trade the ES. Oh, and by the way, I helped invent the MES. It was me that was leaning on the CME for years, saying, "Listen, the contract's too big. You want these kids that got $2,500 to come in and trade. You need to scale it down." Now, I told them to do 1/5. They went 1/10 because they're greedy pricks. But be that as it may, you have micros now where you can scale into a 3-lot. You're not even at a 1-lot. You can do a 3-lot. You can learn how to trade. We have Forex. We have futures. We have the SPY. Oh, and let me just get this out of my system. Okay, the SPY, now you can trade it commission-free. You can trade it commission-free. Okay, when I was trading just 5 years ago, it was $4.99 a side on E-Trade. If you can't make a little bit of money now, you fucking suck. Give up and shut up.
Yeah, dude. Like for real. Like they got fucking the micro. Like they have any product that you fucking want today. They got, dude. I got a Tasty up, right? Like Tasty fucking. I got a guy on the phone whenever I fucking want. Like, how can you ask for fucking more? Like, it's too easy.
Well, listen, having said all that, trading is hard, but don't believe the statistics that 96% of traders lose. It's actually about 82%. 18% do make money. And listen, I'm not telling you to quit your day job. You're going to need some money to do that. But what I am saying is you want a part-time job, you want to do some what I call quasi-swing trading, which is, you hold it for 3 days or whatever. You try to, because you have a regular job and you don't want to be looking at your phone all fucking day. And that's another thing. We didn't have cell phones.
Yeah, dude. They got easy today, dude. Easy.
cell phone. We have a ladder on our cell phone on TradeOvate, on TradeStation, on E-Trade Futures now has a ladder on the phone app. You can't ask for more than what you're getting. The men and women that came before us had huge challenges. Just getting to work, they had to drive into fucking Chicago. They had to walk and get their smart. That wasn't enough. Then they had to walk down a goddamn hallway and go through security and then climb down an elevator to get out onto the pit. They're hungry. They're tired. They're irritable. You have the world by your ass. You got 6 fucking screens. You got your fucking golf pants on. You're fucking sipping your fucking soda. Listen, I don't know how to tell everybody this, but I'm not saying it's easy. It's not. But trading on the floor was much, much harder. And if you were a home trader in the 90s, you were charged $14 a side to trade the corn or anything else you wanted to trade. There's never been a better time to be a trader than right now.
So
free missions.
So I went back into some old. So I used to have a Yahoo account, right? And I tell these guys on the stream sometimes, I'm like, you guys don't understand. Like, even when you had the original rise of the retail trader, like back in the day on the Yahoo boards before the fucking bots took over and all that shit, guys would like upload gamma data raw in a fucking Excel document, and they didn't have like click a fucking button and put in the fucking lines on a chart for you back then. You literally had to be like, oh yeah, this guy this morning just gave me this, and now I know where the fucking gamma is in the market. And I'm like, this is before all the gamma bullshit and the gamma bros and all that shit today. But I'm like, can you imagine as a retail trader today, it's just someone giving you an Excel fucking spreadsheet. Here, go do your own fucking pivot table, and you find out where the fuck it is in the market. Like, young traders today have no idea how much, even just the aspect of, hey, where's your fucking this and where's your fucking that? Where's your, like, you got people uploading all fucking day long your fucking Elliott Wave shit, your gamma shit, your fucking this and your that, instant tools everywhere. Like, none of that shit was here. We had basic tools and shit like that back then, but like the ease of access to, I just want to click a fucking button, that aspect to it too wasn't available even to the rise of retail back in the 90s, was it? Or even the early 2000s?
No, and in fact, we didn't have Renko charts. We had to hand draw point and figure charts or send away to the Hightower report to get, a 30-year chart. Now we could just call it up on our screen. We have chart types. We have volume profile. We have delta. Oh, how about footprint charts? When that came along, that blew my mind. Now, what I would say is there's never been a better time to be a trader. Whether you trade stocks, which are commission-free, so, that's a pretty good deal. You could trade futures, and if it feels a little too big, just trade the micros, which is perfect. We have Forex. We have options. Listen,
what are your thoughts on the fucking, one of the things, sorry to interrupt here, but on this, what your same topic here is, what are your thoughts on the rise of prop trading firms for people?
All right, well, I did an episode on that, so I'll...
Oh, you did?
Yeah, it's on my channel, but I'm going to tell you this in a nutshell. When I first heard about the idea of an online prop firm, I was like, oh, yeah, man, this is great. Okay, but then I found out that they were going to keep them on SIM but pay them.
That's right.
That blew my mind. So I thought you would take a test, you would pay a small fee to take this test, right? And then you would get funded. This is perfect. This is all we could have ever wanted. Okay, but then I found out a lot of them were, quote, funding them, but they were still on SIM, and I was like, well, how the fuck does that work?
This is true, by the way. Listen to this closely.
That led the CFTC to start opening a file, and when the federal government, who has unlimited time and unlimited resources to fuck you over, starts looking at you, you better be careful. So what I would say to all the prop firms out there is the CFTC is watching. They're not amused. I don't speak for the CFTC, but I don't think they have an issue with the idea that you take a little test, you pay a small fee, and then if you pass, you get funded. I think they might have to take some action to, at some point, prevent some of the abuses that may or may not be going on, including having traders getting paid for being on SIM. So I talked to a guy the other day, he made $14,000. I said, were they live trades? He goes, hell no. I said, well, how the hell are you getting paid to be on Sim? Like, that doesn't even make any sense to me. It's like they're running an unregistered B book. It's not hitting the exchange. I'm not saying it's illegal. I'm just saying that if I'm the CFTC, I am looking at this very, very carefully. So here's what I would say. I think it's great that we have the prop firms. I was very excited to hear about it. I was disappointed to hear that they were funding people but not putting them in the live market. That was very unfortunate to me. I'm not saying it's illegal. I'm saying it's a gray area that opened the door for the CFTC to start looking at it, and they are looking at it. And then what I would tell you is this. I think prop firms in 2 years will look a little different than they look now. Here's what I expect to happen. I expect that eventually that we will allow the fees, your combine fee test and all that. I think we'll allow that within some limits. And I think there may end up being a rule that if you claim to fund a trader, they have to be placed in the live market. That's my guess as to where all this is going to end up. I don't think anybody's doing anything illegal. I think we just don't have any regulation to know where the lines are.
Yeah.
So I think in 2 years, the prop firms are going to be much better. I think the test will probably be harder because if you pass the test, you're going live. And I think it'll be great. I think it'll be absolutely great for people that don't have any money that want to learn how to trade. I think the prop firms are going to be great. My only beef with them right now is you claim to fund people and then you keep them on Sim. But then not only that, if they make $9,000, you actually send it to them. But how do you do that if they weren't in the live market?
All right. I got an answer for you. So I'm going to say, so I think I might have said this once on stream briefly and didn't want to say it. So over the years, right, dude, I get fucking offers all the time. Like, can we sponsor this? Can you do this for us? Like all the time. I get fucking emails literally every month. Like, push this, push that, we'll pay you, all that other shit. I've always said no to all of it. All of it. I don't give a fuck who they are.
Before you tell that story, I know a streamer that has made $1.4 million in fees and support and endorsement fees.
Yeah,
Plus,
dude.
they get a piece of the referrals
and
the links that they give out. $1.4 million. So
dude, my audience has no fucking idea. They think I'm joking. I'm like, you have no idea. Like, I get approached all the time. Then they want me to stop swearing. They want me to do this, wear a fucking pink polo and all that bullshit. I'm like, I ain't doing none of that shit for anybody. But I gotta tell you this, dude. I gotta tell you this shit, dude. The audience doesn't know this shit, dude. They don't realize that I could sell out in a fucking second and get paid bank. But I gotta tell you some shit. This fucking prop trading firm, right, came to me. They told me what they do. So they have fucking they host these prop trading firms. I shouldn't say this shit in public, but I'm gonna. Fuck it. So what they fucking do is this. They hold these prop trading firms in other countries, right? Not in the U.S. And they were like, we'll pay you if you push like, let's say I put a prop trading firm in the Discord or on the show. I'm like, hey, you can trade futures. And I'm pushing company X, right? I'm pushing company X. Sign up here. This company approached me, dude, and they were like, we'll pay you 70%. 70 fucking percent.
Wow.
Let's say the $250 fee for these guys to get started. And I'm like, why so much? And you know the reason why? Because like 90 fucking percent of these guys blow up their fucking accounts on the prop traders. They put you in a sim. They know that you're going to keep paying 250, 500, 250, 500, 250, 500, right? They get to keep all your fucking money. And then this is what's really fucked up. This is where the fucked up part about the sim shit is. If you start making enough money, like where you're actually banging, and you're like, hey, I'm banging and banging, I'm making money. This prop trading firm told me they fucking go to you and offer you a job trading the real market with them. And they'll pay you too because like 90% of people are fucking losing their asses doing it.
Yeah, there was a prop firm in the UK, an online one, that has made something on the order of $77 million in combine fees. And the reason they can pay people out that are on sim is they just pay them out of the combine fees. But anyway, I was actually once offered, when I was doing a lot of live shows, they offered me $3,500 a month to put their logo up. This was IG. a respectable Forex dealer.
Yeah.
In fact, I trade with IG. In fact, they own Tasty Trade.
I've had Bookmap. I spoke to the founder of Bookmap. They're legit, but I never said yes. I was like, nope, they ain't doing none of this stuff. But go on, tell the audience because they need to hear this shit.
Yeah, so I've had offers from IT, Forex.com, and Bookmap, and just to put a logo up, you can get $2,000 a month, and I've been offered as much as $4,000 a month just to put the logo of a piece of software up. Now, when you get into the prop side, they pay a lot more.
Like shit tons, man.
I know somebody that recently switched their endorsement from one company, which I won't name, to another company I won't name, and they were given a $50,000 sign-on bonus, plus 50% of all referrals. So they put a link, and if you click on that link and you sign up, they get 50% of your combine fee. We're talking millions and millions and millions of dollars are being made. I love the idea of the prop firm. I think in the future, though, what it might end up having to be is that you pay your fee, your testing fee, your combine fee, call it what you will. And then I think what happens is some percentage of those get put in the live market. And I think everybody will live happily ever after. I think right now, where the prop firms are exposed potentially, is that you're telling people that they passed the combine and you're funding them, but you're not putting them in the live market. And I'm not sure how amused the CFTC is with that. I don't speak for the CFTC. If they're listening, I'm not speaking for them. I know that they're looking at it, and I don't know where we're going to go. But I do think that there's a place in the world, if you're a gifted trader and you can pass a couple of tests, let's give these people 25 grand in funding and let's let them trade. And if they do well for a year, let's give them 100 grand and let them trade. And if they do well, let's give them $1 million.
I'm not necessarily anti the prop trading firms either, but I think the other side of it is that a lot of retailers don't realize that there's this whole other side to it in the back end. I don't think anyone like opens the door and says, just so you may I realize you don't want to blow up your own fucking $20,000 or $30,000, and you're getting the opportunity to not do that for $250, $500, whatever it is, but the same time, do you realize this is also a game of attracting a young person maybe, or like, hey, this is my first year in the market. I've been a rock star and made all this money trading the memes, and now I think I'm going to be better trading futures or something. And in reality, it's a way to harvest your money one way or another for a percentage of the population.
What I will say is that I do believe that the old Futex model, Futex was a real prop firm in London. Tom Dante worked there. Nav Sorrell worked there, the great Nav Sorrell. Mm-hmm. They had 4 or 5 other multi-million-dollar traders. But the firm did not make that much money. I think, a good year was a couple of million to the owners because that model is more difficult. Everybody's in the live market. If they lose 100 grand, they lost 100 grand of the firm's money.
Right.
And now, somehow, this has become a gold rush because these prop firms now are making $50 million. In the entire existence of Futex, which was one of the largest true prop firms that ever existed, they don't exist anymore, where Nav Sorrell and Tom Dante worked, in the entire existence of the company, they never made $50 million, and they were around for 15 years. Now you have prop firms that are making 25, 30, 40, $50 million in a year. These guys are buying yachts.
Yeah, dude. Serious money, like serious fucking money.
So
because it's in a sim, right? It's a sim. It's not real.
Yeah, the model is broken. The concept is correct, though. What we got to do is we got to keep the combine fees because the firm deserves that money to give you that test. They have back office expenses. They have software expenses. They have a lot of expenses. So the combine fees make some sense. I don't think it makes sense to keep people on sim if they pass the test, though. And the problem is once you put them in the live market, the model becomes less profitable. Like Futex. Futex in a good year made $1 million for the owner. These prop firms, I'm not going to mention any names, there was a prop firm last year in Europe that made $45 million in a year. $45 million. So the model is broken. but the concept is correct. And I
100%,
think
dude.
the corporate
100%.
will be good. Jim, where are we going with this S&P 500? I was calling 4,700 when we went to 51. Now I'm calling 50-50 or 49-50. Are you on board with that?
Yeah. So
And
basically the bull case here is there's a couple things. We know that we've got range expansion, right? We can all agree we've got range expansion in the market based on geopolitical bullshit, not bullshit, but we got geopolitical concerns. We've got concerns, of course, about the rate path, and then we've got bulls out there, people that want to buy the market they didn't participate in the entire run up. Excuse me here, I'm gonna knock this thing over. The bull case is basically this: they have to fucking hold 49.50 and 5,000. That's it. It's that some fucking simple. So if we're in range expansion, you buy 4,900, you buy 5,000, you buy all that shit, and there's likely investors, retailers, and professionals that want to buy that shit. But here's the deal: anything underneath fucking 5,200, and the fucking trend traders, professionals, CTAs and shit, they want to start selling us even lower. So, and they will, momentum wise, push it. If we get below that 4,955, or excuse me, if we get underneath 5,200, they start becoming sellers and can push us much lower. So I'll be honest with you. If these fucking bulls begin to lose 51.50, right? There is a fair chance, bro, that we will trade very low. We're talking like easy 483, 4,800, and I would not even blink to see 43.50. Would not even blink. If you get those trend fucking sellers showing up, they've been long since October, dude. I wouldn't even blink to see 4,300. I would be like, that's easy. Let's do it.
Jim, you have a good finger on the pulse of psychology of this market. What I understood the enthusiasm when we were at 3,600 on the S&Ps, or about 365 on the SPY.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a great buy. But now we're seeing new participants enter the market when the SPY is above 500. And I'm just asking this question because you have a better handle on this than me. What is the mindset of someone who didn't buy at 360 on SPY, but is now buying the living shit out of 500, 505, and 510? What am I missing? Like, what do these people think about? Like, they weren't interested in buying them when it was at 360, and now they're buying 500 like there's no tomorrow.
All right. So I did a post about this 2 or 3 days ago. I did a fucking market brief about this like 2 or 3 days ago, where I told people, I was like, you fucking guys out there, I'm like, the whole ride up, you didn't fucking buy, right? I was like, they're like person X, right? I'm not gonna jump on the train. I'm not gonna jump on the train. It's gonna crash. It's gonna crash. This can't be sustainable, right? So October till today, or not today, but like let's say a couple weeks ago, right? So they're like locked in paranoia, right? Their brain is all fucked up. They're not gonna join in the run, right? So like, all I want is a pullback. All I want is a pullback. Now they're getting a fucking pullback, and I don't think they're buying. Now they're out there on fucking Twitter, and they're out there fucking everywhere else going, the market's gonna crash, right? So they're paralyzed by fear here at 5,000 to buy, right? And then if the market continues to go higher, they're going to then flip to that same bullshit from behind or before, where they're, oh my God, it's going to crash. Oh my God, it's going to crash. If anything, if you're a fucking bull, you fucking buy 5,000. You buy it unless it breaks. If 49.50, 5,000 breaks, fuck it. You become a seller. You start selling the fucking rip. We'll take the trip down to fucking 4,300. But this is the fucking place to buy. If you're a fucking investor, here's your chance. You got your chance. You've been bitching about it since October. You've been bitching about it in December, bitching about it in March. This is your fucking chance to buy the market. Because in a month or two, we're trading fucking 5,300, 5,500, whatever that is. This is your chance. This is your time to buy the fucking market. But instead, I find you on fucking Twitter saying the market's going to goddamn crash. I can't help a retailer that thinks that shit. So I agree with you, man, 100%. That's why hopefully that's why they're buying. Hopefully they're fucking buying this. They're buying fucking 5,000. Hopefully, they buy 49.50. And here's the thing: if you're gonna be in this fucking market, period, there's risk. There's fucking risk. There's no such thing as no risk in this market. So if you're gonna be a market participant, even if I don't care if you're a short seller or fucking long the market, whatever it is, you should know that this is the fucking place that you buy. Period. End of fucking story. This is where you buy the market. If you sit here and say, I'm going to wait for 4,300, it's the same as that Mr. Yen just said. At 35 and 3,600, there are people on Twitter saying, don't worry, we'll be back here so I can buy this shit. Well, fuck you. We're now trading fucking 514 today, and we are not at 36 fucking hundred. So I don't know what to say to him, Mr. Yen. I don't know. I really don't know what the fuck to say to these guys.
I saw literally dozens of traders that I know personally who passed up the opportunity to go max long at 3,600, 3,700, 3,800, 3,900, and basically were like frozen with some kind of weird fear. And now they spend their whole day talking about crashes. It's the weirdest thing, Jim. It's the weirdest thing. I can't wrap my fucking head around it.
I don't know what to say to him. Like, and the worst part is, if we, let's say we do go up, let's say we hit 5,300, let's say we hit 5,500, they're going to be the same paralyzing fear. And then when we get up there, they go, oh, it's going to crash. I'm like, who the fuck are you listening to out there? Like, you have to at some point dip your fucking toes into risk. You have to at some point. And if it goes against you, that's okay, because this is still the place to buy. Let's look at price right now, today, right? Is the place to fucking buy the close yesterday? No. I fucking wrote a fucking brief to this community last night and said, I wrote up a brief. I said, sweet, maybe we go up on the open tomorrow, but, in a dime we can switch this shit to the downside. You trade the extremes. You buy the lows, you sell the highs. It's fucking simple. And if it goes against you, you at least know where the fuck the floor is. You're on the floor right fucking here. This is the fucking floor. If you get rug pulled, you can cut your losses at least and know we're going to go down. But it's not the top, right? You're not, like, you guys, I'm going to tell you guys something on stream. All these fucking people watching right now. Yesterday at the close, you all wanted to fucking party, didn't you? And right now, you don't want to party. Think about that in your brain. Think about your brain telling you the close yesterday, I'm going to buy all this shit. And right now, none of you want to fucking buy any of this shit, do you? Think about that.
I mean, the interesting thing is the number of people that aren't using the technology that we have available that we didn't have 20 years ago. It's called a fucking stock.
Yeah.
You can put a good till. Let's say you're long the S&Ps at I don't. Where's it trading right now? I can only see you. I can't see my screen. Where are we at on the ES right now?
Hey, let's switch over to ES right now. On SPOOs or at SPY, we're at 513.42, and SPX, we're currently trading 51.50.47. We're going to switch over to ES really quick. Look at that doom. Oh, yeah. Trading 51.95 on ES, and I do think, well, Mr. Yen can tell you this. I know that he knows this. If you're out there watching right now, right, we're close to a 2 sigma move in the day to the downside. So let's just look at this. See these green bars down here? Now we can have double days of this, believe it or not. But right down here, you see this green box right here that I just drew for you guys? Let me switch over really quick. So let's take a quick look down here, okay? Let me put this on a bigger thing. There's a couple things we got to watch here, okay? Let me just get rid of this shit. Hold on, let me get rid of these. We know where the 2 sigma move is. Let's get rid of this shit. Let's look at a couple quick things here. All right, so here we go, right? We got a green box right here, right? This is your 2 sigma move to the downside. Now, there is some fucking problems here, right? You already know that we're below the daily trigger. We just need one rejection of that, and we're going to head lower. How low is the question mark? Right? Big question mark right there. But let's look at a higher time frame. Let's look at an hour. We're on a 30-minute time frame right now. Let's look at an hour candle. Right? This is where the previous buyers were. We can see that, right? Buyers were right here. We're going to expect those same buyers to show up. right? Again, these are the same buyers. Whoop, push it up, that kind of shit, right? Well, let's look at a higher time frame. Let's look at a 4-hour time frame now, right? Let's see where the real buyers are. We got buyers right here again. Look at them. They're like little sneaky Pete's down here. Buyers right here, buyers right there, buyers right here. Same group of buyers. Do they show up here? Do they show up? So this is the place that you put risk on, isn't it? On a 1-hour basis or 4-hour. Sorry, this is a 4-hour basis. This is the place where they've been 1, 2, 3 times. But let's just say, fuck it. Maybe they're not there right now. Where do we go next? The next layer is down here, right? And down here. So if you are going to put some risk on the market, where do we put it on? Right here. See it right fucking here. This is your place to buy on a 4-hour basis, right? This is major trend too, isn't it? You guys know that if we are on a 4-hour basis, right? We know that we have like a super trend that will last for days or not days, weeks or price to the upside or downside. Where's your next place to buy if you do get stopped out? Down here. Right down there's another one. And here's your next one, right? Right down here. You know exactly where the buyers are. Every time. Here, here, and here. Now, if you're like, hey, Cap, I see these 3 sets of buyers. Let's look at a daily basis. Some daily candles, and it's showing that same thing, isn't it? Right here. This is where you buy. Here, here, and here. Every time. And you see this weekly is coming up, isn't it? Next 2 weeks or so. Bam, bam, bam. And where will it be? Where this third set of buyers are, right here. 1, 2, and 3. That's where you're a buyer, period. I don't give a fuck about corrections. I'm a price. Mr. Yen cares about price. I care about price. I see my Matthew Ryan's out there right now, right? We know that price means more than anything. And I can assure you that buyers are going to step in here. They're going to step in here. And they're going to step in here. And they don't give a fuck about corrections, crashes, any of that shit. Now, if this shit rolls down, you know where your stops are. Look at them right now. Look right here. This is ES. What are they doing right now? They're buying. They're buying right here. Where's the risk at for a buyer here? Where's the risk at? It's on that daily trigger. 52, 14, 55. So you got sellers potentially. Potentially you have sellers right on this daily trigger right here. Now, let's say they step in. They're like, oh, everything's horrible, man. We're going to crash, right? So as a buyer, you're stepping in right here like these previous buyers. You know your real risk is at 52, 13, 75. What do? Mr. Yin tells you all the time. He tells you all the fucking time, right? You take the risk to here. You don't get caught where the robots are. You don't get caught in this bullshit in here, right? You don't get caught in the middle. Don't diddle in the fucking middle. And if price gets above right here, what do there? You catch a new high on a pullback. You're long again to trade this next zone to the upside. So truly, what are you right now? You're a fucking buyer. Am I wrong in that, Mr. Yan? Am I wrong in this?
No, you're not wrong. And here's the thing that people do wrong. Is that we claim to be active short-term traders, and then we apply a long-term filter. No one is denying that this market is a windshield looking for a bug, or a bug looking for a windshield, I should say. We could have a 5% correction at any time. I can't tell you when that's going to happen. We've been going up for 17 straight months. I can't tell you when the correction is going to come. I just know that it is going to come. But I can't let that impact my day trading. I have to trade what I see. And, I don't have the chart in front of me because I'm here on the air, but I can tell you that the biggest mistake that I've made sometimes in my career is that I'm not trading. I claim to be a short-term scalper and day trader, and then I'm doing all these long analysis theses that go back 13 fucking months. Listen, if you put up a 13-month chart, it's pretty scary right now to be long. Nobody's doubting that. But I have to make a living. I have to put a little something on. And you should have been perhaps short at the end of the day yesterday and hope for a hot CPI. You would have made $1,000. And somewhere in here at some point, and again, I don't have all my information, there's going to be an opportunity to go long. and it may have already happened today. I'm not sure, but what I can tell you is that over time, I try to remind myself. I should put a sign on my desk. Uh, you're a short-term trader. Act like one, right?
Yeah.
You have to act like one. You can't. You can't. The refuge for the scoundrel is always the day traders always want to then look at these big long swing trades and say, well, I can't trade today because this market is 12 months overdue for a major correction. I would agree with you, and so would Captain Jim. We would both agree with you. We're long overdue for a correction, but I don't know when it's going to happen. I got to make a fucking living.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what do you do? There's nothing you can do. You buy it, and if it goes down, if you get the rug pull, you fucking pull it off, right? I mean, I don't know what else to say to people.
Tomorrow's another day. Here's what I always say as a day trader, there's 20 days in the month. I need to be profitable 14 of them, and I don't mind losing the other 6. That's a net of 8 days. So if I make $500 14 times, that's $7,000. And if I lose $500 6 times, that's $3,000. And that means I netted $4,000 in that month. And that's a very realistic perspective for a day trader. You want to have 20 days in the month where you want to try to be profitable 14 of them. You're going to probably lose 6, and they're going to net the other 8 days. And the biggest thing there is to make sure your losing days are right around the size of your winning days. And this is the balancing act that we do as day traders. And the problem for day traders is that your profits and your losses are not linear. Everybody wants it to be linear.
Yeah.
You want to make $500 every day. Some days you're going to make $3,000. Some days you're going to make $92. And you have to know when those days are.
10 fucking cuts to make fucking 90 grand. I'm like, fuck me. Like,
yeah. It never comes evenly, you know. And even Nav Sorrell, the great Nav Sorrell, he made $45 million, and probably 31 of that came in 8 days. 8 days.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, he had 8 big trades that he held overnight, and he made $4 million on one, and $7 million on another, and $3 million on. And the other days were just the normal days where he'd make or lose $10,000. It's a funny thing being a short-term trader is that you want it to be linear so you can predict and have, you know, a future that seems like it's very methodical. I'm going to make $500 a day. It doesn't work that way. You're probably going to have $500 losing days and $3,000 winning days.
Dude.
You have to put your foot on the gas pedal when it's time to put your foot.
Dude.
Now,
on this stream, there's like on this stream, I'll fucking lose like 2-3 days in a row, right? And they're like, "Why are you still doing this?" And I'm like, "Cause we're turning." I'm like, I just gotta catch that fucking thing and scale into it. And then like day 3 or 4, I'm like, bam, fucking scale in, fucking max, fucking do it, and I'm making bank. And then of course they're like, "Well, I lost all." Some people in my stream are like, "What? I got caught up all along the way, and I didn't take that one trade with your cap." And I'm like, "Well, I don't know what the fuck to say to you. Like, you got to hammer on it, or well, not hammer on it, but you start I'm entering like 10 contracts, 10 contracts, 10 contracts, and I'm like 10, 20, 30, 40, fucking 50, 60, and let's fucking max that shit out." And I'm like, "Are you still with me?" And they're like, "Oh no, dude, I didn't take that trade with you." I'm like, "Oh, what the fuck to say to you? It costs money to fucking make money. Sorry."
The hardest skill to acquire is to add to a winner.
Always, brother. Always.
And so I have another question for you. What is your favorite thing? You've been trading a while now. What is your favorite thing to trade? Is it MES? Is it SPY, QQQ, NQ, ES?
All right, so I've like done all the different bullshit, right? How I make my money, and which actually this year has sucked for me. And I do this whether it's a bull or bear market, I don't give a fuck. But I do the oversold bounce trade. I do an oversold bounce trade, regardless of market, with call spreads for like 50K. I normally, in a normal bull market, not this bullshit, normal bull market, I get like 10 to 12 of those trades a year. Sometimes 9. In a bear market, I'll get 4 to 6 of those trades a year. And that's where like we have the capitulation move, we liquidate all the sectors and all that shit. And I go max fucking long. And that shit pays me very well. I've been yelled at sometimes because people are like, "Why don't you just go with like weeklies and monthlies and all that stuff?" For me, statistically, it's a high win rate trade, and if I put enough time in the trade, like 3 months, I usually put it on for like a month and a half. But if I go 3 months, it's like a 99% sure fucking thing. That allows me to do the degen shit. And I do the degen shit. I should be trading futures. I want to trade futures on the show. I don't because, I'll be honest, I don't because I think that my purpose here, the reason I started the show, dude, was because the reason I started the goddamn show is because I know that there are kids out there that trade memes, they trade dog shit, they trade options, they're on Robinhood trading fucking, I don't fucking know, fucking GME, right? And they're just slamming the buy button on calls and shit. So I'm like, well, if I can rope these kids in on, like, let's teach you what the SPY is, let's teach you what Qs are, and we'll start there, and then I'll get you inside the Discord, and I'll turn you on to, like, we have a guy named David AMS trades futures. We're gonna then bring you into futures, where they're gonna then bring you into buying stocks and selling options against it and all that kind of stuff. So it's kind of like a honeypot for kids, because, dude, when I meet these kids out there, I ask them, like, what's your trade plan? What basic fucking tools do you have? And they have nothing, dude. There are real traders out there that have nothing, like just basic shit. Like, are you planning out your entire trade? Are you managing it if it goes against you? I don't give a fuck. You have a thesis? Cool. You got a fucking thesis. Well, what about it goes against you? What do you do? Like, what's your fucking plan? And they don't have that shit. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna trade SPY 0 dates and SPY swing trades on stream. So that's the only reason that I trade that shit here on this stream. So I make most of my money doing that, and doing swing trades on call spreads, and then I fucking degen shit during the week days to keep people happy. Because there are people that come in. The one thing about this show is it's fucking Monday through Friday. We can start a fucking cash market to the end, right? So these people come and go. Like, they have a job and they want to trade right fucking now at this moment. And I'll be honest about something. My win rate is down the shitter compared to before I fucking streamed. Because I used to, like you said earlier, right? You open your laptop, close your laptop. Dude, those are the best fucking ways to trade. I'm like, that's the truth. That's how I used to trade, right? Close the laptop, open the fucking laptop. We're in some kind of fucking bloodbath. Place a fucking trade, close the fucking laptop, come back in a month, and it's fucking beautiful, right? Price or time, either one.
It's interesting, too, that traders, when they first start out, go to the oddest places I've ever seen. Like, they'll start trading some individual stock or options on an individual stock, or now 0 day options. And I often wonder why they're not just specializing in QQQ or SPY or.
It's not sexy, man. It's not fucking sexy, dude. Like, they're on fucking Wall Street bets, like sucking off the latest meme.
It's crazy. And I talked to a kid the other day on Reddit. I took some pity on him, and I talked to him because he was looking for some coaching. And I said, well, who's your broker? And he said, Robinhood. And I said, what type of chart do you like? He goes, we don't really have good charts on Robinhood. I started laughing so hard. He says, well, I'm sorry we're even talking. Why are you laughing at me? I said, you just said that you want to learn how to trade. You just said you don't really have charts. You haven't. They call it an area chart. It's not even like a candle chart. It's like an area chart.
Yeah.
And he's slamming the buy button on 0 day calls, and I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. I could tell you a funny story about my dad's back catching on fire. I could tell you about my brother's motorcycle that went through the front door if you want to hear some comedy, but I don't know if we could talk about trading. And he said, well, this is kind of insulting. And I said, well, you don't even have a fucking chart. You're using Robinhood. Their desktop app is for shit. I said, and at least tell me you're on Power E-Trade, which is also a piece of shit, but at least it's better than Robinhood. Tell me you're on Webull. At least on Webull we have a ladder, and we have all kinds of weird, gimmicks and gadgets.
Yeah, it's like, exactly. Take the next step at least. At least go to, like, fucking Webull next so we can get you into some real platforms after that, right? Like, please get off goddamn Robinhood at some point.
He told me he's done several hundred trades from his phone.
Dude, I can't believe that either. Dude, I can't believe people fucking trade from their phone. That shit blows my mind.
It's crazy. So I paused, and he said, yeah, all my trades are from my phone. And I tried to think of something funny because I am a comedian. And I said, well, listen, at least get an iPad Pro.
Bunch of fucking kids running around with iPad Pros while they're doing their thing out in the streets and shit.
He's like riding a skateboard and like hitting the buy button on like some pharmaceutical company that he never heard of, but he heard about it on Wall Street Bets. I said, well, listen, if you want to be a trader someday, you have to get a platform. You got to get an actual computer. He said that he didn't want to buy a computer that was, for a trading platform. He had a computer, but it didn't have enough memory. He said he didn't want to spend that money because he wanted to use what little money he had to buy calls. I was like, man, you are a gangster. And he said he did all of his trades on his phone. That's what he fucking told me.
I think the reason we started doing this was because we're trying to rope him in and be like, hey, look, you are the next generation. I realize that you don't want to trade the old man shit. You don't want to trade SPOOs. You don't want to trade Qs. You don't want to trade that shit. But I'm gonna like come in here so I can get you in here so we can then actually transform you into a market participant. We need that next. In my view, there needs to be that bridge between I don't like. Yeah, Jedi Marcus is an old fuck, but guess what? That fucking guy knows how to make a living doing this. Jimmy Jude knows how to make a living doing this. Mr. Yen knows how to make a living doing this. So, like, how do you become the bridge between the fucking TikTok fucking trader or the TikTok fucking star and an older generation? And so I think that's what we're trying to do here is attract the young trader and then turn them on to guys like you or guys like Jedi or older market participants that know how to make a living doing this. I think that's our function here.
I think the biggest advice I could give to any of the young people that want to someday be a trader is don't quit your day job. Save as much money as you can because this business does require some capital. It doesn't require as much as it would take to start a McDonald's costs $2 million. To start a car dealership costs $5 million. To become a day trader, you're probably going to need 50. You could probably get away with 25,000 if you're in futures or options, but I'd rather you have at least 50,000.
50K, man.
And these kids, they think it's too far in the future. They're like, well, how am I going to save all that money? I was like, well, you can't go into any business without less than $1 million. But you're lucky enough to be in a business called day trading where we give you 20 to 1, 30 to 1, 50 to 1. When you look at futures, when you look at options, when you look at Forex, I get 55 to 1 on Forex. So if I have $1 million, which I do, I can trade up to $55 million in positions. The day that I fat fingered the ES, which became a famous story where I had 100 ES on, somebody said, how could you fat finger 100 ES? That the margin is like $1 million. I said, well, lucky for me, I got 1.6. But for the average person, they're never going to have that kind of money to start this business called day trading. But I just want to tell everyone, it is a business. And you have to have some money, and you have to have a computer, and you have to have a screen, and you can't be running around, riding on your skateboard, clicking the buy button on zero-day options. That's not a career. That's just stupidity. And these same people, they have an Xbox. They bought an Xbox, but they don't want to do the research and say, what broker should I be using? First of all, no disrespect to Robinhood, but they haven't fully built out their platform. And now they're going to futures. I don't know if people heard, but Robinhood's going into futures now.
Yep.
But their challenge will be that most people now will use TradingView because they're integrated with TradingView. Robinhood and TradingView will work together because their platform is not going to be able to support futures because they don't have all the features. The other thing I would say to the young people is this, is that if you want to be your own boss, if you want to sit around in your underwear and have the best job in the world, you've come to the right place. But you do need to have professional habits. You need to get up on time. You need to work hard. You need to have self-discipline. You need to have a sense of humor because some days are not going to go well. You need to be able to take losses.
Tell them, man. Tell them you got to be able to take losses. You got to show up every fucking day. You got to eat shit and sleep this shit, even when you say you're not. Even when you're like, I'm taking a vacation. You're still in a fucking closet somewhere checking to make sure where the fuck everything is, right?
Yeah, there's no rest for the weary. And the markets in the modern world are 24-hour-a-day markets. And so, there's no rest for the weary. It's a difficult job. But I have the best job in the world. My office is in my bedroom, so my commute is only 17 feet. I don't spend my day in a car. I don't have a boss. It's the greatest life you can imagine, but it's not glamorous. The reason I'm not on camera is I have not brushed my teeth, combed my hair. I haven't shaved. I look like something the cat dragged in because I've been up for 3 straight days trading the euro. I'm up like $9,000 this week, but I put in the time to make that happen. And look, here's the good news. The good news is you don't need a lot of capital to be in this business, but you need some. Like if I told you you wanted to open a McDonald's or a Wendy's or a Chick-fil-A, you're going to need $2 million. I'm telling you can get into this business with 50 grand, and I know that seems far away for a lot of people, but at least it's not 2 million. But you do need some money to do this. You can't just be slinging 0-day options with $1,400 in your Robinhood account because that's not a sustainable career, you know.
I think the idea would be, well, there's a couple things that I want to address here. Like number one, there are multiple ways for a young trader to create that $50,000 account, right? We know that there's safe ways to do it slowly over time, or you can fucking mortgage or whatever the fuck it is you're doing out there, but you can put a lot of risk on to quickly make that 50K or the 25 or 50K. But the key point is, do you continue with that behavior? And the answer is fuck no, right? And I want you to know something, Mr. Yen, because you've helped me over years ago. You helped me because when I was creating my accounts, right, then I'd blow them up. I want you to know, man, that I took some heavy fucking hits. Like I would make the 50K, then I would make 100, 200, $300,000. Then I'm going in with size and acting like I'm a badass, and I would blow up 6 figures. And you helped me, dude. I didn't have anyone to turn to that had that experience, and you described that shit to me. You described walking down the fucking street at nighttime, panicking, and all that stuff, and how you were going to turn everything around, and you're going to wake up tomorrow and it's all fucking gone and all that kind of stuff. And I had nobody that I could trust out there, and you were telling me about that shit back in the day. So I appreciate that. How do you make that transition? Like if you're like the rock star trader, right? You're like a new trader, you're not aware of anything out there. You're just like, fuck it, 0 dates or fucking, they told me on Wall Street Bets to buy this, and all of a sudden, like every week I go to Wendy's to go to work, and I take my paycheck and I slam it down, and all of a sudden, boom, I got 10 grand or 5 grand. Oh boy, make 2-3 more trades, and I'm at the 50K, or I'm at the 25K. What do you do at that point? Do you continue with that behavior? Fuck no, right? And when you start making money, what do you do with that money? You know that you pull it up. Mr. Yen just told you they had a fucking mansion. Why? Because he takes money out of the market and he puts it elsewhere for when they do blow up an account, right? I mean, tell these guys.
I have my main account, and I start every week with the exact same amount. My paycheck is estimated based on what I tend to earn. So if I start each week with 500,000, and that week, like right now, my account is at 509,067. I'm looking at it. 509,067. That $9,067 will come out by Friday through ACH to my checking account, and I will start next week with the same 500,000 I started this week. And the reason we do that is 2 things. Number one, Tom Dante made a great point one day. He said he knows a lot of successful traders, but he doesn't know any of them that kept their money. And the reason for that is they were pyramiding. They started with nothing, working at Wendy's. Like you said, they were slamming down, buying 5 contracts in the ES using day trading margins, and they got lucky, and they made 20 grand.
Yeah.
And they did a couple more trades. They got lucky. Now they got 40 grand. And the ones that lasted then stopped that behavior and actually became real traders with real risk management. But the problem became that many of them built their accounts up to a level. He personally knows people that built their accounts up to several $1 million, but they never took out most of the money and started over or started at the mid-range. They just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And what
Guilty. Done it.
Eventually you get into a cold streak, and if you're pyramiding your size and you built your account to 800,000, you may one day wake up with only 72 G's in your account because you didn't take the money out and invest it in a portfolio. So what I do is I start every week with the exact same amount. I've never pyramided. I was lucky enough to come into this business with some money from my corporate career, and I've never, ever traded to the extent where I said, well, now I got 2 million, let me trade bigger. Now I got 6 million, let me trade bigger. That's how you end up with no money. because eventually you're going to have a 6-month losing streak and you're going to lose it all. I knew a guy. I can't speak for Tom Dancy, but if you ever have him on the show, he'll tell you some funny stories. I knew a guy over his career that made $9 million. He was a bond futures trader. He made $9 million. And he managed to lose, over a 22-year period trading bond futures, he made $9 million. And he ended up losing 8.5 of that in a 4-month period. I mean, it's crazy. $8.5 million in a 4-month period. The guy's in his late 50s now. There's no way he's ever going to get back to $9 million. He's done.
I've got fucking Victor Niederhoffer's book sitting on my desk, and I show it to these kids all the time. Like, you have no idea. You want to see about blowing shit up? This here guy right here, fucking easily. How many accounts do they? I mean, how many millions has he made and blown at the same time?
Yeah, I've never blown an account, and the reason is that I start every week with the exact same amount.
Yeah.
I make sure whatever broker I'm with has ACH, and the ACH that I get on Friday night that I send to myself is my paycheck, and I go spend it on the same things you all spend it on. I got.
I've blown 2 major accounts. I've blown, and then I feel like you're either gonna learn your fucking lesson or you're gonna get weeded the fuck out, right? It's one way or another. You're gonna learn to stop pyramiding. It's one way or another, right? Either getting blown the fuck up enough, or you get ejected forever from the market, or you say, "Fuck this, I ain't ever doing that again." And I don't trade size. Like, I used to think I was a badass. I'd be like, "Oh, I'm gonna fucking call up fucking Tasty right now and put a trade in for fucking $60, $70, $100,000. I don't do that shit anymore. Hundreds of dollars, now thousands of dollars, max bets. Under 10,000, and I'm scaling in quietly without my fucking broker knowing. I've got all kinds of fucking. Personally, I've got all kinds of like what do they call it when you're like you're like you've got like like I forget what you call it, but it's like when you you're like, I think they're blocking me. They're putting my shit into blocks, and they're fucking trying to fuck me on order flow. So I gotta hide. I've got all these like like bad juju this and bad juju that, because when I used to do size, that's when I started getting fucking taken to the cleaners every goddamn time.
I think the biggest thing for traders is to know that the job is not easy. But you are very lucky if you trade options, futures, forex. We get a lot of leverage. You can go a long way with even a $3,000 account. Now they have day trading margins. We have the greatest trading environment that we've ever had in the history of the world. It's the last place where capitalism actually exists, where someone with very little money can put their balls on the line and try to make it in this business. You can't open a car dealership. You can't open a McDonald's. You don't have enough money. But you sure as hell can open an account with Tasty Trade or Edge Clear or Ninja Trader or whoever you like, and you can get out there and mix it up. And it's a great thing.
Where else can you make this fucking money that's legal? Like, I don't know anywhere else. Like, fuck stealing drugs or fucking stealing cars. Like, you have the most beautiful goddamn job you can have, in my opinion, in this country is in the market. Now, of course, you can't tell your fucking friends that. You can't, like, go on Friday and tell, like, I've made that mistake, right? I lost your fucking yearly income this week.
Yeah. Speaking of that, for those of you that are professional or semi-professional traders, dealing with family is always interesting. But the way I've dealt with it is this: I don't tell them my wins and I don't tell them my losses.
No.
I've walked out of my bedroom. Just the other day, I walked out of my bedroom with a $7,000 loss, and the kids would have no idea. They would have, and I don't have a wife or girlfriend, but if I did, she would have no idea. And if she asked me, how'd you do? I would give her the same answer. Whatever it is, I would make up an answer, and that would be the same answer every day. And then she would stop asking because she would already know that I'm not really actually going to answer her. And the way I handle it is that I just don't talk about it.
I got to say, sorry to interrupt you really quick, Mr. Yan. All right, I want you guys to see this really quick. You see the market right now. If you're looking at Bookmap right now, you see how the market's kind of getting quiet here. I want you to realize, right here, they're going to try to sell this thing down. So I want you to realize a couple things here. We've got the minutes coming out at 2 p.m. And you guys watching Bookmap right here? You watching how the market's just kind of quiet right now? Be very careful here as we approach this daily trigger. They're going to try to sell you down. And we also have the minutes coming out at 2 p.m., 1 hour from now. So this is the place It's the place, right? They're going to sit right here and park this market in waiting for the minutes to come out. So just be very careful for a huge downside move here. In the market, just what do they say in CNBC? They say market braces for this or market braces for that, right? So just be aware of it. That right here, right now, for this next hour before the minutes come out, there is risk for a downside move right to where this green box is down below here, okay? And you can actually see it on Bookmap right now. The market's just kind of getting quiet before the minutes are released. So be aware of it. Note that there's some risk here as we come into this daily trigger, and that there's likely some guy out there slamming the fucking hedge button, some kind of a computer program out there, an algorithm going boom. Okay, so just be aware of that. I didn't realize there's an auction right now, but this is like auction, but then you've got the minutes at 2 p.m. So just be careful here if you are along the market, or hedge yourself, or get out of the market until 2 p.m., 2:30, something like that if you are along. All right, sorry, Mr. Young, go ahead.
And the other thing I would say, we'll have to wrap up here in about 5 minutes, but I want to tell you this. The biggest thing you can do as a trader is have a good chart that you trust. It's the chart that you trust. You think you have a wife, a husband, a boyfriend, girlfriend. Actually, your chart is your wife.
That's right.
The chart that you trust is what's going to get you where you need to go in this business. I understand the ladder and the dome for futures traders like some kind of gospel. It's actually just the modern way to jerk yourself off. You need to have a chart that you trust. It might take you a year or two to find the chart. It might be a half-hour chart with some moving average bands or Keltners. It could be your footprint chart with a delta. It could be anything. But once you develop a methodology, whether it's a moving average crossover, whatever method you're using, once you perfect that method, it actually becomes a lot easier because you trust in your chart. Trade what you see, right? Once you develop the chart, you remember back in the day, I used to name all my charts. We had the Sicilian goat chart.
Yep.
We had the Hama chart. We had Durango. We had all these different charts. We had the Theory of Everything chart. We had the Lord of the Skies chart, named after the drug trafficker Amado Carrillo Fuentes. The Lord of the Skies chart was the chart that I used for 2 straight years. You couldn't beat me on that chart because the chart had some bands, and when it got to the bottom band, I bought. When it got near the top, I went short. I trusted my chart. And people think, well, I can't make money in this business. How does Mr. Yen do it? I don't know that I do that much. I developed a good chart, and I trust my chart, and I use my chart to make entries. Chart trading, not dome trading, not trading on your fucking phone. Chart trading, is the greatest functionality that was ever invented in the history of this business, when you could click on a spot on the chart where it says, okay, if the market gets here, I'm going to buy a contract. If the market gets here, I'm going to short a contract. Believe it or not, 20 years ago, we didn't have chart trading. You were lucky if you could fill out a fucking order box without having to take 5 fucking minutes. Now you can point on your chart on a spot and click and place a resting limit order, either a buy or a sell, and it's the greatest thing ever. I am a chart trader. I certainly use a ladder as well, a dome, a dom, as some call it. But the chart is the Bible, and that's what you get married to. Don't tell your wife, don't tell your girlfriend, but she's not really that important. Your chart is much more important than she is, and you have to take that seriously. And once you develop a chart you trust, you'll be surprised. If you control the risk on the downside, and you control your risk management in a good sense, if you have a chart you trust, believe it or not, you might make it in this business.
100%. Remember, I want to say one quick thing. If you don't know who Mr. Yen is, right, this is Brian Watts. This is the fucking GOAT. If you don't know who he is, right, try to find him on Twitter. He also has a YouTube channel where he streams he streams whenever he can, I should say, because he is sick right now. But find his YouTube channel. I tell you guys in the show all the time, if he's on, go see him and get out of my stream. I tell you that all the fucking time. Mr. Yen, what is your Twitter handle right now?
All right. Well, the Twitter is not active right now. They banned me twice for cursing. Not saying anything bad, but they banned me twice for cursing. They let me back twice. So just to spite them, I deactivated my account for a couple of weeks just to say thank you for letting me back in, but go fuck yourself. But I'll be back on Twitter. My Twitter handle is Caxton Corp LLC. That's CAXTON Corp LLC. It's not active right now, so you won't find it, but it will be active next week. My YouTube channel, I forget the handle, but there's only one Mr. Yen. So go to YouTube and just type Brian Watt Mr. Yen, and you're going to find instructional videos. I make about 3 of them a day. I also covered the Kennedy assassination the other day, the Manson murders. I do all kinds of stuff. So just go to YouTube and in the search box, type Brian Watt Mr. Yen, and my channel will come up. It should be a picture of the boardwalk in Ocean City with a rainbow in the background. It'll be my picture. I'll put my picture back up there, but I don't look very good right now with the cancer meds in my system. But I will tell you that I put out at least a video every day, sometimes 2 videos a day, and it's different charts, it's different methods. We talk about all kinds of stuff. We did a whole thing on TradingView the other day. We did a whole thing on brokers the other day. So go to Brian Watt Mr. Yen. Just type that in the search box and you'll find it.
I'm putting your stuff up here on the screen right now for people to find you on YouTube and on Twitter.
Sounds good.
So I got at Caxton Corp LLC for a Twitter handle when he gets back on Twitter, and then this is his YouTube. So if you're gonna do a YouTube search, Mr. Yen, aka Brian Watts, the real Brian Watt, I should say, and then also known as the fucking GOAT. Period. End of fucking story.
No, that's very kind. I appreciate the kindness. I appreciate you having me on. I would tell everybody in closing that you need a chart that you can trust. Put some bands around that motherfucker. You know, don't just have, you know, your moving averages. Put a fucking moving average envelope, you know, so that you know where the extremes are. That should trigger your mind to maybe take a shot at something. But that chart is the thing that's going to make you profitable. It's not anything else. It's going to be the chart, and risk management can get you where you need to go.
Where do we think the buyers and the sellers are, right? Basically, it's a guessing game of where the buyers are, where the sellers are.
The market will always move to a place where it can find buyers and sellers. That's what it is. It really is an auction. And if we don't have any sellers at a level, it'll keep going up until we find sellers. And if it's going down, it'll keep going down until we find people that are interested in buying. The market then finds its equilibrium and goes back up. It's a pretty simple business. You know, it's kind of like being in the cocaine business. You gotta ship it, and then you gotta distribute it, and then you gotta collect the money, then you gotta launder it. It's a 4-step process, right? It's
100%, brother.
What's that?
I said 100%.
It's not a complicated business, you know, because it's not like you're in the lab making it. You acquire it, you move it, you distribute it, you collect the money, and then you launder it. You know, and at the end of the day, trading is like that. Your chart. The chart is everything. And you know, look, one other thing I'll say: try to focus on one product, because most people are too stupid to trade 7 different things. I don't know how you can be an expert in the 10-year note, the corn, the beans, crude oil.
I don't know how to do that either, man. I don't get it. I don't get the I'm doing this, I'm doing that. I'm all over the place. I can't do it. I can't fucking do it, dude.
Yeah, each product has its own personality. So if you trade Microsoft behaves differently and has different patterns than NVIDIA. And NVIDIA is different than QQQ, and QQQ is far different from trading the SOX, SOXX, which is the semiconductor ETF, which has a mind of its own. So I've seen the QQQ go up and the SOX go down. So each product has its own thing, and then you get into the bonds, the TLT. I mean, there's a lot that goes into trading, and when people have 20 different products on their screen, I think, well, they're either really, really smarter than me, or they're really, really fucking dumb. I only trade, 2 products. I trade the EURUSD and the 6E, which is the same thing, and I also trade the MNQ and the ES. I don't trade the NQ very much because it's a little wild, but I don't know how people trade 50 different things. It's kind of a bizarre.
You taught me how to trade. You were the guy that actually said to me, you didn't say it to me personally, but you said it on a stream. You said, you need to learn how to fucking trade the S&P 500. You need to learn how to trade Qs. You need to learn how to trade small caps so that you can, and you said, learn that fucking thing, and then you learn the next one, and then you come back and find the one that you like the best, but you at least have a product that you can turn to trade when you want to. And it's not fucking GME. It's not fucking fucking AMC and all that shit. You have to learn about the indexes.
Well, think about the psychology of a moron who knows that there's a product called the yen, USD JPY is a huge product, And then this dumb motherfucker, knowing that this product is traded by 7 million Forex traders around the world, he says, nah, I don't want to trade the yen. I don't want to trade the euro. I don't want to trade the SPY. Fuck it. I'm going to trade. I'm going to trade Tilray. Okay, what is wrong with you? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why do you want to be the guy that doesn't trade what everybody else is trading? The whole point is to get into the pool and trade with us because we're trading bonds, we're trading the euro, we're trading the ES, we're trading the Qs. Okay, but no, you got to be different. You got to go trade GameStop because you're a fucking idiot. Like, it's unbelievable to me.
Dude, dude, I'm with you. I'm like, how about I like some liquidity? I want to be able to get in, get out, get the price that I want. Like, period. And I want to be with the guys that are pros. I want to be with the guys that have been trading for 30 fucking years. What are they fucking trading? They're trading ES. They're trading the fucking won and the fucking US dollar. They're trading. I mean, these guys are trading NQ. That's what they trade. And these are guys that make money in a living from this.
He read Market Wizards, and he finally got his futures account open, and he was trading cocoa. I was like, bro, did you read that chapter in fucking Market Wizards about the cocoa trader? He's like, yeah, I wanted to trade cocoa. I said, listen, I'm just going to break it down for you. You're too stupid to be in this business. Okay, nobody trades cocoa.
I took delivery on 2 truckloads of cocoa finally at my house. I buried it in the backyard when it comes back.
He's like, what's wrong with trading that? I said, well, it's not ubiquitous. And then he looked up ubiquitous in the dictionary. I said, you want to trade something everybody else is trading so that you can go on Twitter and get a variety of opinions. Not that you should base your trading on other opinions, but there's what we call information flow.
That's right.
If you're trading yen, if you're trading the euro, if you're trading corn, if you're trading bonds, if you're trading the Qs, so many people trade them that you're going to get opinions that vary, and you can open your mind. Go on Twitter right now. Ain't nobody fucking trading cocoa.
So true, dude.
It's like what? Like so, most traders shoot themselves in the foot before they even can get a foot in the door, right? They blow their own foot off because they trade the wrong things. But if you trade the right things and you have a good chart that you trust, there's some chance you might make it in this business. Hey, thank you very much for having me on. I wasn't prepared to do this today. People are going to watch the playback and think, man, these guys are all over the board. Well, we didn't plan this. It was a spur of the moment. And I so appreciate you having me on. It's such a nice thing to do. And I thank you for doing it.
I appreciate you, man, coming on the show. And I really want you to know that I love you, man. And our audience fucking loves you. And anyone that fucks around, gone. Like, you know, like we know that Twitter's a fucking cesspool. It's a fucking cesspool, man. But I want to thank you, dude, for everything that you've done for a young trader. Like, I want you to know that you made an impact on my life. You changed the course of my life, man. You were you're the reason that I was able to buy houses, man. Like, you actually changed my life. And I want you to know that. I want you to seriously know that you made a difference in my life. I was that guy. So I appreciate you.
Thank you so much for that kind statement. That means a great deal to me. Just for your audience's entertainment, because they'll probably want to know dumb things. So before I go, I'll ask myself 3 questions. Hey, Brian, what was your biggest win? My biggest win was 740,000. I was long the MES from 2270, and I had 168 contracts, and I wrote it up to 3,400. My biggest loss was in the British pound. I lost $62,000 in 43 seconds because we had a flash crash. I believe it was in 2015 or 2016. We lost 19% in 43 seconds because somebody hit the wrong button. And I've been trading professionally since 2013, and hopefully, I'll be trading for 10 more years. And I really appreciate everybody's time today. I will listen to the playback and see how bad the sound was. I do have an expensive microphone, but we couldn't figure out how to use it and actually monitor the chat because I didn't have my headphones. So I apologize to our listeners listening to me call in from like Uzbekistan or something. I don't know. And thank God Jim has good sound systems and an XLR mixer. What mixer do you use, by the way?
So right now I've got, what I'll do is I'll send you, the mic I'm using right now is a USB-C, but it's like, dude, it's one of the best mics and it's dirt cheap. It's like $100 or something like that. but I did buy an XLR. But so my microphone right now I use a USB-C mic, but I have a mixing board that's virtual. But I did buy an XLR microphone, and I have not bought the mixer yet. I guess I need I need a mix. So this is what happened. I bought the XLR mic, right? And they're like, okay, so now you need a mixer. I'm like, okay. And they're like, you need like a two-channel mixer, two-channel mixer to start. But then at the end of the conversation, like, but you don't want that one. You want to get this mixing board over here for like $1,000. And I'm like, well, okay, I'll look at that one. They're like, no, there's another one at $2,000. And I'm like, what the fuck do I actually need? So I'm like halfway through the process of getting an XLR or getting my XLR microphone set up. I'm gonna send you, dude, the mic that I currently have, the what it is and all that kind of shit, because you can just plug that thing in to your computer with a virtual mixing board. Do you have an XLR mic at home that's not set up yet, or do you have it? Do you already have a USB-C?
Like you, I use a USB mic. It's from Shure. It's called an MDC7.
Yeah.
And it's about a $300 mic. And I would have used it today, but the problem is when I plugged it in, it muted your voice and I couldn't hear what you were saying. So we had to just go with my computer microphone. So I apologize to everyone for probably sounding like I'm in a trash can. What we're going to do is sometime down the road, maybe this summer when trading gets slow, I'm going to come on Jim's show. We're going to do video, audio. I'm going to be on a professional microphone. He's got his professional setup. I'm going to show you my professional setup because I'm going to be on camera as well. I'm going to do a whole day.
Let's do it, dude.
So
I'm down. Let's do it. Definitely. Especially, dude, the dog days of summer, down. Especially in a boring ass fucking, like, the market just like dragging all week long. Let's do it.
I'll comb my hair. I'll lose a couple pounds. I'll shave. We'll get the camera set up. I'll get my professional mic out, which I use for my broadcast now.
Nice.
And we'll do a whole day, pre-market, market, post-market. We'll tell some stories. We'll take questions we'll talk true crime if we have to.
Yeah, dude, let's do it. Let's talk sports. Let's talk true crime, all that shit. Let's do it. I'm down. What's going on, baby?
Let's see if I can figure out how to disconnect. Hey, thanks for everything.
Hey, I love you, man. I appreciate you here. We're gonna have Mr. Yen on this summer, especially in the dog days of summertime. So we're all gonna be fucking bored anyways, right? We're all gonna be sitting around watching the market slow as fucking summertime. I think we should do it, brother. And I appreciate you coming on, and we'll see you soon. But one more quick question, Mr. Yen, before you go. If you're out there watching the show right now, do you guys have any questions for Mr. Yen that he could answer?
Yeah, fire away. Go ahead.
They're blowing up right now saying, thank you, Mr. Yen. Mr. Yen, thank you. Good night from Uzbekistan. You guys have any questions for Mr. Yen here? You guys want to ask me questions in the chat that I could ask him right now?
Anything, brokers, markets, whatever.
Looks like the tens auctions ate it. Thoughts? What are your thoughts on the tens auctions eating it? Hold on. What's your favorite indicators, Mr. Yen?
All right, my favorite indicator is the moving average envelope.
Moving average envelope is the answer. Next question. Come on, give me some questions really quick. Not too fast. You guys are. What is the first trade, Mr. Yen, that you would try to master if you were just getting started? That's a good question.
Well, I probably wouldn't trade stocks because they'll only loan you 2-to-1 and they charge you interest. I would immediately go to futures and I would immediately look up the MES, which is the micro ETF, because they're going to loan you 30-to-1.
Are you still using the LRCs?
I love linear regression channels. Absolutely. They're my second favorite after the moving average envelope.
They want you to know that you'll be here another 25 years. They ain't letting you go. They're going to be here with you. Keep the fucking fight up, as they're saying right now.
I appreciate that. I'm 62, so 25 will make me 87. I'm pretty angry right now. I'm going to be really crotchety when I get to be 87. Those are epic.
And hold on, let me see what else I can see here. Hang tight one more moment. trying to what is your favorite broker right now, Mr. Yen? That's a great question too.
Okay, I'll give you in stocks. My favorite broker in stocks would probably be either Webull. It was Thinkorswim, but with the Schwab acquisition, I didn't want to go down that trail too. So for stocks, when I'm scalping, Webull, I also trade on E-Trade Pro. In the futures market, my favorite broker has been, for the last 3 years, EdgeClear. That's Max Timmons, Ian Blanky. They're out there in Chicago. They're running a nice shop. Futures Trader 71 is the principal there. And the platform I use at EdgeClear, you could use any platform. You can get Bookmap or Sierra Chart, whatever you like. I'm just using MotiveWave. They call it Edge Pro X. It's a white label of MotiveWave, and they specialize in the footprint charts and volume profiles, so that's why I use that. But EdgeClear. So if you're looking for a futures account, go to edgeclear.com, reach out to Max Timmons, that's Timmins, or Ian Blanky. If you go to About Us, under About Us, it's going to give you their names, their cell phones, their emails. You tell them Mr. Yen sent you. These guys are very accessible. They have the greatest customer service I've ever seen. I've asked complicated questions by email of Max or Ian or Giancarlo, who's another one of their brokers. Complicated questions. I'm getting an answer in 7 minutes. I call E-Trade, I'm on hold for 2 fucking hours.
That's right. And that is a difference, and that is probably the biggest difference, is when you go move yourself to a real broker, they are there to help you. They will pick up the fucking phone. They will email you back. They will do whatever they need to do to make sure that you're successful. I'm 100% on you with that. So that's EdgeClear, right? EdgeClear.com?
EdgeClear.com, and I will tell you a funny story. They accidentally put my limits at 25 contracts, which makes sense in the ES, but it doesn't make sense in the MES or MNQ. So one day I was long 25, and I wanted to put another 6 on because I was averaging in, and I couldn't put it on. And I called, and they actually answered the phone, like not a recording, a human. He says, hey, they knew it was me. They said, hey, Brian, how's it going? I said, Ian, what's going on? My limits are at 25. He's like, no, you could do like 100 micros. I said, no, you got Phillips Capital has me at 25. He goes, oh, let me fix that for you. 5 minutes later, it was fixed. That's response. That, my friends, is customer service. That's customer service that you can't get at Schwab, that you can't get at E-Trade, that you're probably not going to get at TradeStation either. And I love TradeStation, but you're not getting that kind of service. If you need a futures account, go to edgeclear.com. You tell them that I sent you, Mr. Yen, Brian Watt, and they're going to take care of you. Okay? Any other questions? Fire away.
I think that's what I got people just thanking you everywhere. I wanted so go to edgeclear.com, say Mr. Yen sent you if you want to open up a futures account. Let me see what else they're saying here.
And I'll answer this question as far as the prop firms. I've heard good things about TopStep. I've heard good things about Apex. People have gotten their payouts on time. Again, with the caveat that I'm not in favor of the sim business, but I'm not saying it's illegal. I'm just saying I don't know where this all lands. But in terms of prop firms, I've never heard anybody from TopStep, Apex, or Leeloo. That's Leeloo. I've never heard anybody in any of my broadcasts, because I run the chat room and I can see it. We bring up prop firms. No one's ever come into my chat room and said, I didn't get my payout from TopStep, Apex, Leeloo, and there's another one called Trade Day. Trade Day never in history has denied anybody their rightful payouts. These are legitimate firms. TopStep, Apex, Leeloo, Trade Day. Those are the 4 that come to my mind in case anybody's asking about prop firms. Those 4. And I was on the air every day for 2 years. I never heard anybody say anything bad about payouts not being paid on time from TopStep, Apex, Leeloo, Trade Day. They're all top-tier firms. If you want to get you want to take the combine test and pay your $89 and see if you can get funded, I think any of those 4 are probably great.
All right, Mr. Yen with us today. I want to thank all of you out there for being on the show, watching and listening in as we talk while you guys are trading out there. Mr. Yen, I want to thank you for coming on the show this morning. I really appreciate. Dude, I'll tell you what, brother. Like, I did not want to get on stream this morning. I watched that. First of all, my wife let me sleep in. And then I woke up at like fucking 8:45, and I go, holy fuck, what's going on? And I'm like, I gotta go on stream because these people are gonna be freaking out this morning, and that's what it is, right? You show up on a good day, you show up on a bad day, does not fucking matter. If anything, on a good day, I wanted to sleep in this morning, and I was robbed of that. So when it's a bad day, what do you do when it's a bad day? You show the fuck up every fucking time on a bad day. When it's a good day, yeah, maybe we can let it slide a little bit, come on a little bit late, but even on like when it's a bad day, you show up, right? I mean, that's it. And I
I will
appreciate you being here with me today, man.
I will leave you with this story. I was doing 44 weeks of chemo, and around week 12, it was always on a Thursday, and we had non-farm, or not non-farm payrolls. We had the employment report, and we had CPI on Tuesday. We had non-farm payrolls coming on Friday. Okay, I'm sitting in the chemo chair. I got two IVs. I'm sitting in the chair, and I'm trading on my phone. And I hear the doctor say to the nurse outside of the door, because I had a private room for my chemo. The doctor says to the nurse, why haven't we dropped his chemo, meaning put it into my veins? And the nurse says, well, the only thing he said is that he was long 3 million. He was long 3 million on cable. He said something about a 30 lot. And the doctor says, what the hell is a 30 lot? And from the other room, I shouted, a 30 lot means shut the fuck up. That's what I told the oncologist. He's like, what's a 30 lot? And from the other room, I'm like, a 30 lot means shut the fuck up. So everybody have a good day. Thanks for having me. Take care.
Take it easy, brother. I'll talk to you soon. Later.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Dude, this was fucking amazing. I can't believe he was just on the show. I can't believe Mr. Yen was just on. This might have made my entire fucking year. Unfucking believable. Brian Watt, real GOAT, here on the Stock Market Show. Unfucking real. Cannot believe he was just here. I'm like, I feel like this is a dream or something. Shocked that he was here. Absolutely fucking shocked that the legend, the man, the GOAT was here today on the show. For you guys to listen in and listen to him talk, man. Tell you what, made my whole fucking year, guaranteed. That made my year just then, having him on the show. Rare to be able to get people like him his time. Dude, this guy did change my life. I'm not gonna lie, man. This guy changed my goddamn life, period. And I've never been able to tell him that. And I can't believe I had the opportunity to tell him that he changed my life. He really, really did. And he made a difference in my life. So check him out. Find him out there. It's not about being right. It's about being present. And he's present all the time. He's present in the face of mortality. So please go find Mr. Yen. Next time you see him out there, go stop by, say what's up, be nice. People like Mr. Yen, man, they give their time for fucking free. So when people like that are out there, spending their time with you, show them some support. Say hey, what's up, and I don't know. That's all I can say. I don't have anything else I can say about that. Mr. Yen, dude, on the show today. I'm kind of shocked here. I'm in like shock right now that he was actually here this morning. And I appreciate him for showing up today. 1,000 fucking percent. Okay. I gotta take a break, I think. I think I gotta take a break. Hold on a second here. Right here. Ping-ponging around right now for the minutes to be released. We had an auction, and we've got the 2 p.m. minutes release. I will put up, I'm going to put up the news squawker in the background so that we can listen in on the key points from the minutes and what it means to the market. If it's material or not to the market and where it goes. I'm fucking, my mind right now is going a million miles an hour. Can't believe that he was here on the show this morning. I gotta be honest with you. I gotta ring my panties that I do. Kind of my mind is blown. Really, truly. You know what the crazy part is too? Like, who am I gonna tell my buddies in Detroit? Dude, I had Mr. Yen on today. You know what happened? I don't know how that happened. They're gonna be like, "Who's that guy?" And be like, it's like fucking president was on." Unfucking real. Can't believe he was on this morning. Thank you, Mr. Yen, if you're out there. Truly. All right. So what are we doing here? Look at these. Look at this market right now. Just wiling right now. Up, down, ping pong, ping pong. All right. I've got the new squawker on in the background. Fed's barking. I don't see any suggestions that CRE is a systematic risk. I should have asked Mr. Yen about like who's gonna win the World Series this year. Like I should have asked a bunch of sports questions too. I didn't. I should have. I was in shock the entire time. I'm like, I don't know what to say. Just ping ponging around right now, bouncing around. Right? They're not gonna print your calls. I'll tell you that right now. They're not printing your fucking calls. They're not saving your ass today. If you don't know that, that's what they're gonna do. Like a 95% chance they're gonna pin this shit on you until your calls expire, fucking worthless, and then they'll bring it back. And that's what it looks like right now, at least. Yeah, I don't know what Xanotech just said. Mr. Yen has an amazing attitude and everything, even facing the toughest times in his life. Praise and wishes to him. You know, um, him holding his dignity publicly is a big thing. I want him to know that I'm sure that he is facing the biggest horrors of his life right now in his own mortality behind the scenes, in his heart, in his mind. And those are not easy things. I'll tell you guys something. I had a house fire once that I almost died in. And I had to face my own mortality in those moments. And afterwards, immediately after that fire, right? People were showing me support and trying to hold me up and stuff like that. And I couldn't I couldn't identify with people in those moments. And those things that were said to me, like we're going to support you and we're going to help you and all that kind of stuff. It was great to hear, but at the same time, I was numb to it. And because such a fucked up thing. And I'm sure that Mr. Yen has to go through that to some extent. And I don't know what to say about that. There's nothing you can say. So I wish him the best in that part of his journey. I really do. I really wish him the best in that part of that journey because that part of that journey sucks. When you're facing your own mortality, it's not fun. It's not a fucking fun thing, and I wouldn't wish it upon anybody. I wouldn't wish that part of life on anybody. Like if you pass away quickly at nighttime, you have a heart attack and you die. Nobody, it's like boom, done. Going through what he's going through right now, I would not wish upon anyone in life. It's brutal, and I wish him all the best. Okay. Let me see. We'll put this right here for you. I'm gonna take a quick break here. I need to go potty. It's 1:30 in the afternoon. I've been sitting in the chair since 8:30 this morning, 9 o'clock this morning. I gotta get up and like I don't want to have like a fucking. I need to get the blood flowing and drink some water and just take a breather. So I'm gonna leave the stream up. I will put CNBC on in the background for you, and I'll have the news squawker on as well. I will be. It's 1:36. I will be back by 1:55 for 1:55 for the minutes release at 2 p.m. All right, so I will be give me a few moments here. I'll be right back with you guys. One other thing too. Before I leave with you today, one more thing. Before I leave with you today, I'm going to give you guys an expectation for what to expect for the rest of the week before the market close today. So you're not going to get like the show till 4 p.m. and then I'll give you a market brief later tonight. I'm going to give you some expectations for the rest of the week on the show so that you don't feel like you're being left out, hung out to dry until later this evening.
What we see, especially with industrial companies, is nearshoring their manufacturing. So they're either moving manufacturing to Mexico, somewhere in the US or in Canada. And today we can cover all of Mexico, we cover all of Canada. And one of the service centers we bought is in Nogales, Arizona, which is right across the border from Nogales, Mexico. And we already have customers lined up where they're moving some of that freight from Mexico into the US, and they'll be able to leverage that new facility. And for Mexico specifically, today we have 7 border crossing locations. These are areas like El Paso or Laredo or Southern California, where we can support our customers' needs as they nearshore more of that manufacturing. We can help them move that freight here within North America all the way to Canada and vice versa.
You know, not only are U.S. companies looking to Mexico to move operations and manufacturing, Chinese companies are as well. Obviously, a lot of news this week with Secretary Yellen in China. One of the things she said is that these Chinese companies, they can sell their EVs here in the U.S. I'm just curious, have you heard more from Chinese companies that are looking to nearshore closer to the U.S. market?
Predominantly, our customers are North American customers. Today, we service more than 30,000 companies across North America. We haven't heard a lot of Chinese manufacturing moving over to the U.S., but what we've heard more of is existing customers that are U.S.-based companies that are moving their manufacturing plants from Asia or other places here, either in the U.S. or in Mexico or in Canada as well.
All right, Mario Harak, your share's up 300% over the last year. Congratulations to you. Deirdre, back over to you.
Great interview. Thank you, Frank Holland, and your guest, Mario Harak. Coming up, chip makers are among some of the biggest drags on the NASDAQ 100 today, but NVIDIA is managing to buck the trend. Morgan Stanley upping its price target, saying business continues to strengthen. One trader says shares are defying gravity. He will tell us whether it'll come back to earth or if he thinks there's more room to run. That's next. Here's one more check on stocks. They're heading back towards session lows. You can see the Dow Industrials is down about 550 points. The Russell 2K is getting it the hardest, and the NASDAQ Composite is a little more resilient than the other major indexes, but just barely. The 10-year is still above 145.
Biden says we have a plan to deal with inflation.
We're keeping an eye on markets, and all three major averages are down over 1%, while the 10-year climbs back above 4.5 after that hot inflation print. But my next guest says he's surprised stocks aren't under more pressure. Joining me now is Jeff Kilburg, KKM Financial founder and CEO, and a CNBC contributor. Jeff, you say some odd stuff is happening. Explain that to me.
Deirdre, a lot of cross currents in the marketplace today, but to your point, I have to go back to my bond leadership. I cut my teeth in this business, trading futures, U.S. Treasury pits in Chicago. And when you see a 20 basis point jump in that 10-year note after a lousy auction, on top of the fact that CPI did come in hotter than expected, I do see resiliency. But what's really odd to me is that the VIX is only above 16. And then you see NVIDIA. NVIDIA has turned into a safe haven. Yes, Deirdre, a safe haven, it seems like, as we're seeing sellers booking profits, but they're still piling in NVIDIA. So I do have a little bit of concern about the backbone of the leadership we've seen in NVIDIA. So if you look at a chart here, because I think it is defying gravity when you look at a technical chart, that 50-day moving average, Deirdre, is $50 lower. The 200-day moving average is $300 lower, down around 558. I don't think NVIDIA goes down there, but when you see technicals line up like this, I think that $800 level is coming, and that could change the sentiment, and that could move the VIX higher and cause a little bit deeper of a pullback around 49.50 in the S&P 500.
Jeff, when you look at the fundamentals of an NVIDIA, though, it's a very different picture, right? It's just had blowout quarter after blowout quarter, making that valuation actually seem more reasonable, even as the stock has become more expensive on an absolute basis.
Unequivocally, and I think that's the last $500 in NVIDIA. I think it's interesting. Yesterday, you see Intel come out. We didn't get a pricing on their competitive chips, but they talked about being a fraction of the cost and more efficient, nearly 50% more efficient. We didn't really see a move off of that. So I understand that NVIDIA is the leader. I have exposure. I'm still long NVIDIA, but we do have a hedge in place using options to overlay our position because I do have concern that's been too much too fast. But today is just a really interesting example when you see the markets pulling back and NVIDIA up almost 2%.
Right, but Intel versus NVIDIA to me is like apples to oranges, right? Intel is trying to catch up, whereas NVIDIA...
Well, we're still talking fruit though, Deirdre, and I think at the end of the year, you are going to see some of that market share. It's very simple. If you have orders with NVIDIA's chips, if you have a small deposit down there and you're going to get presented an opportunity to buy those chips at 50% less, you're going to cancel your order. That's just the way the American
If you think NVIDIA is a chip company,
works.
But increasingly it's a software company, it's an ecosystem, and that is helping hold on to its dominance. But Jeff, let's get off NVIDIA. What does it tell us about the broader markets? I mean, as we head into this period of more volatility, when there's questions about the number of interest rate cuts, if any, when there's questions about commodities and inflation, do you go to those defensive market leaders like the mega caps that carried the markets last year?
I think there's bifurcation, not right now, but I think there's a lag effect, and you are seeing some of these names still defy gravity. But when you see the move in 10-year note, we haven't seen the 10-year note up at this since last October. When you talk about the last October, that sentiment, that mindset was that we had 6 rate cuts coming in 2024. I think they've all been taken off the table. The Fed, this isn't an outlier number in the CPI data, Deirdre. We are seeing 3 consecutive months of hotter than expected inflation. I think the Fed's handcuffed here. Therefore, that 10-year note up here, there's going to be a lag effect. We're seeing 30-year mortgages move higher. There are ripple effects. We can't just have these yields move higher and no effect on equities.
Right, and I know you're looking at the VIX, which has been under 16 after the CPI. Does that show complacency or resilience? Is that sort of the distinction that you're making? You think there's more pain ahead?
Yes, and look, I've been cautiously optimistic. I was a lone bull in 2023, so I think we have to get through this pocket of volatility. But the VIX at 16, that's historically low. If we go back to where the VIX has been, we haven't seen it above 25 in a year. We have to go all the way back to October of 22 when we saw markets in turmoil to see the VIX above 30. So I think there is a spike in volatility coming short term, and I think it's going to be bought with the $6 trillion on cash. But right now, I think you have to buckle up your chin strap.
Okay, Jeff Kilburg, always great to get you insights. Thank you, KKM Financial. Coming up, Google might have taken a few stumbles out of the AI gate, but after his keynote at the annual Cloud Next event yesterday, one exec called out both Microsoft and Amazon while touting Google's proprietary offerings. We will hear more from my exclusive interview with Google Cloud Chief Thomas Kurian next. And before we head to break, take a look at some of the fintech names. They're under pressure today as investors expect sticky inflation to keep rates higher for longer. Affirm is the biggest laggard. It's down by more than 6%. SoFi Technology is also down nearly 4%. We'll be right back.
In 10 minutes' time at 2 p.m. Eastern, we get the FOMC meeting minutes for the March meeting. We also get the US federal budget balance with a forecast of minus 223 billion and a prior of minus 296 billion.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Welcome back to the exchange. Stocks, they're still under pressure, drifting back towards session lows. We've got the Dow down about 525 points with that 10-year yield still above 4.5. Earnings is going to kick off this week, a new catalyst. That'll start with the banks, and then we've got big tech a few weeks later. Investors will be watching cloud computing numbers very closely as a barometer of enterprise spend. And they'll also be watching a new battle in the cloud wars, one where access to the best AI models and tools is now key. Google has long been a pioneer in Gen AI, began developing the technology years ago, had the best talent, but it hasn't been as aggressive with that messaging as rivals like Microsoft and its partnership with OpenAI. On the consumer side, strategy remains uncertain. There were controversies surrounding its image generator, and of course, that innovator's dilemma we're talking a lot about facing its core search business. But on the enterprise side, Google can afford to go on the offense, and that is happening right now in the cloud. I sat down exclusively with Google Cloud CEO Thomas Kurian on just those issues. Take a listen.
We vertically optimize, but we are open and offer choice, which means we're not a closed system. We're not trying to lock people into our tools and technology. We allow people to use it in exactly the way they want to, and they have the choice of models, they have the choice of tools, they have the choice of chips, they have the choice of many other elements. And so that's part of our success has been providing this open platform. At the same time, deeply integrating the pieces so that people get performance, scale, security, reliability.
How is that different than what other hyperscalers are offering?
Well, one of them is offering a closed system. They have one model, one provider of that model. They don't even own that model. The other one does not have any AI expertise, so they only offer third-party models. We blend both. We have our own models, and we have the expertise to build systems and integrate these models into our products so that people can use it. At the same time, we're not taking a closed proprietary point of view. When we say vertically optimized, we don't mean vertically integrated equals a lock-in like another provider. We're also monetizing AI in a variety of different ways, for the startups and the people building foundational models. They get to use our infrastructure and pay us for the use of that infrastructure, just like the way they used to pay for classical computing. People who use our models pay us for the use of our models and our tools.
Is that replacing spend in other areas or at other cloud providers? Is that new spend from them?
It's new spend, and in many cases, it's doing something they could not do before. I'll give you an example. We process over 1 million calls for one customer every day using our customer service AI. And if you think of a human being answering those calls, they can do about 100 to 200 calls a day. That's a lot of people they would have to hire. Now, the reality is they wouldn't be able to staff such a large organization, and those calls are not being answered. So now that they're able to do that using our customer service AI, they're able to solve a problem they couldn't do before. It's net new spend for us. It's giving their customers better customer experience, and that in turn will drive monetization for them.
Obviously, Google has had the talent in this race. But when it comes to Anthropic, and you made a mention of your rival who's working with a closed source model, Google was first to work with them, and then Amazon came in with a big investment. And can you explain to our audience how that works, why you guys didn't lock up Anthropic, for example, in the same way that Microsoft sort of locked up OpenAI, or did it, and how that relationship works?
So Anthropic started with us,
In
and
5
they
minutes
are
time at
still
2 p.m.
a
Eastern, we get
very
the
close
FOMC
customer and
meeting
partner
minutes
of
for the
ours.
March meeting.
They
We also
train
get
their
the US
models,
federal
serve their
budget balance
models.
with a
We've
forecast of minus
integrated that into our
223
AI
billion
platform, something
and a
we
prior
call
of minus
Vertex.
296
We're
billion.
actually giving our technology along with Anthropic to many customers. In fact, we have meetings today along with the Anthropic team with several customers to show people how they can use Claude, the Anthropic model, on top of our platform. So alongside Gemini, we do that too. We've never wanted to say, if you want to serve a model through us, you'd have to be owned by us or you'd be tethered to us. And so we give model providers, whether they're open source companies like Mistral or Llama 2 from Facebook or Meta, we give them choice of where they want to run their models. And if we do an exceptional job, we'll get more customers using our platform along with their models.
So both Google and Amazon, they've announced multi-billion-dollar investments into that Gen AI startup darling Anthropic. But what I hear is that the partnership could be more important to an Amazon than a Google, because Google has its own foundation models like Gemini and its open source version, Gemma. Amazon doesn't, of course, and Anthropic's model, Claude, is a big name to show its cloud customers in a similar way as Microsoft doesn't develop its own model but uses OpenAI's ChatGPT and different tools. Before we go, there is still time to register for the inaugural CNBC Changemakers event in New York City on April 18th. We will hear from some of the women transforming business, including Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo. To request an invite, you can scan the QR code on your screen or go to cnbcevents.com/changemakers. You do not want to miss that one. And that does it for the exchange today. Market expectations for a June cut are fading even further after inflation came in hotter than expected. We will get insight into the Fed's thinking with the minutes from the last meeting. That's just moments away. Tyler's getting ready, and I will...
Just a heads up out there. Just a heads up out there that, so I was just talking to Joe Donut, and I'm like, why are 504 P's only 2 cents, 3 cents? I'm like, you'd think that the dealers would be pricing in a down move. We're likely going to squeeze some fucking faces off, is my point. So it's 1:57, 3 minutes left. If I had to guess, we're going to squeeze the fuck. Oh, wait a minute. What did I do here? Sorry about that. If I had to guess, we're going to squeeze balls off here. Be very careful if you're short the market. I'm just looking at the options chain briefly, and I'm like 504p is only 2 pennies. Come on. Be careful of an upside squeeze. We've got the triggers coming down to the daily trigger. We've got the half-hour, 1 hour trigger coming down. High possibility for a lot of volatility. If you want to hedge yourself right here, 504 P's are 2-3 cents. They're currently 2 pennies right now. Dirt fucking cheap. So if we were to reject here, and if you're already, when we're just talking, because I'm still long for the 3rd, I've got calls for May 3rd right now. So like, if you think that's going to happen right there, costs, what's 2 pennies? $300, $200 for a 100 pack of puts for doom and gloom. Dirt cheap, especially if you're long for like 10K to the upside. The fuck is $200? So dealers not pricing in this downside move is the point that I'm trying to make to you. I'm going to expect we squeeze, though, to the upside here. As you can see, the half-hour and the hourly trigger making its way down to the daily trigger. Let's see if we can get above this 5/17/31, or if they're able to pin us here into the close. I was just talking to Joe just a minute ago, right? And I'm like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, yesterday on stream at like 3:50 in the afternoon, I was like, someone asked me if I was going to buy 0-day calls, and I was like, I ain't fucking paying $1.70 for 30 Delta fucking 0 dates for today. I was like, I'll buy like month out calls or something. I'm like, but I had no goddamn way am I buying 0 dates. And Joe is just saying that he bought Friday calls, and they're still $1.40 fucking 5. They still have premium on them. For Friday.
Seconds.
So it's 1:59. Next minute or so, we're going to get some data dump, and I'm going to read to you what that is in just a moment. So I think we have a squeeze potential here. I really do.
So U.S. Federal Reserve meeting minutes says participants see little need to adjust the MBS cap, and says almost all participants at the Fed's March 19th to 20th meeting judged it would be appropriate to pivot to less restrictive policy stance at some point this year. Fed staff economic projections for March meeting was stronger than January's forecast, citing higher projected population due to immigration. Participants generally noted uncertainty about persistence of high inflation, and participants generally noted recent data had not increased confidence that inflation was moving sustainably down to 2%. Participants generally judged risks to achieving employment and inflation goals were moving into better balance. Participants noted disinflation process was continuing on a path generally expected to be somewhat uneven. Some participants pointed to geopolitical risks might cause more severe supply bottlenecks. Some participants generally noted recent data had not increased the confidence that inflation is moving sustainably down to 2%.
So I'm going to read some of this to you right now. Participants saw little need.
Concern that financial conditions might not be as restrictive as desired, which could put upward pressures on inflation. And a few preferred to continue current pace of runoff until indicators showed reserves were nearing ample level. The vast majority of participants judged it would be prudent to begin slowing the pace of balance sheet runoff fairly soon.
Woo! Wow, that's a big one. Let's see how the market reacts to that.
Participants saw little need to slow mortgage-backed securities runoff, preferring to adjust the cap on Treasuries redemptions. And participants generally favored reducing the monthly runoff pace by roughly half from recent overall pace.
Yelling with the finger on the printer. No, figurative, or not literally. If there's not, when he stops, I'll read some stuff to you here in just a moment. Market's still digesting at the moment.
Macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
All right, I'm going to do some reading to you right now as the market digests all of these minutes. These minutes are vastly different than prior minutes. I'm going to read some of this to you right now. And it looks like they're doing like a mixed bag here in these minutes. I'm trying to read what you guys are saying in the in the chat right now. The new woodcut cap visual on Trade the Trigger. I don't know if I've seen that yet.
Little changed after US Fed minutes, last down 0.6%.
Hold on here. I'm going to read some stuff to you here from the minutes, okay? Participants saw little need to slow mortgage-backed securities runoff, preferring to adjust the cap on Treasury redemptions. That's not negative. It's a kind of neutral positive-ish. Participants generally noted uncertainty about persistence of high inflation. Participants generally noted uncertainty about the persistence of high inflation. Almost all participants at the Fed's March 19th to 20th meeting judged it would be appropriate to pivot to less restrictive policy stance at some point this year. Okay, so that is still cuts in the future. Talking about rate cuts, right? We said it to you again. The discussion about talking about rate cuts is good for the markets. Rate cuts are bad for the markets. We know that already, right? Now, depending on how much depending on how much the market believes that you're going to, or let's say they do cut, and let's say Jerome says to you, okay, you're getting a rate cut, but I want you to know you're not getting another one, and we likely will raise rates in the future. Listen to that statement, okay? The market would roll down on that news, but not as far as you think. Not as far as you think historically. Now, if they're like, we're going to cut rates and we're going to keep successively cutting them, the market will roll down successfully with that. Now, they're talking about buys time for the market, believe it or not, as long as they don't reduce rates. When they do, you will see a major pullback in the market. Okay, bulls like rate hikes and they like rates staying where they are. It says it because what it says to you is that the Fed is fighting inflation, that they're trying to retard or restrict growth, and they're trying to just retard this stuff until they can come back into line. Right? The market likes no velocity in inflation. That would mean we slam down. So they don't want to be too restrictive either, do they? You don't want to over tighten so that we slam down at 2%, so they have to untighten, and that would make inflation do what? Slam down on 2% and then start ripping faces off, right? That's when the Fed starts cutting rates aggressively. You'd also see, if you were too tight, you'd see the labor market, right? You'd see unemployment rage, get up above 4%, 5%, 6%. So participants are generally noted that there's uncertainty about the persistence of high inflation. Almost all participants at the Fed's March 19th meeting judged it would be appropriate to pivot to a less restrictive policy stance at some point this year. So talking about. Participants generally judged risks to achieving employment and inflation goals were moving into better balance. That is positive as well. Now, I'll say that to you one more time. Participants generally judged risks to achieving employment and inflation goals were moving into a better balance. And that is, we think that we're not going to get velocity. So that's positive as well. Participants noted that the disinflation process was continuing on a path generally expected to be somewhat uneven. That's kind of not really that good. I'm going to say that to you again. So participants noted that the disinflation process was continuing on a path generally expected to be somewhat uneven. That would mean that you're going to expect inflation and unemployment to rise and fall, a little bit more volatility in that, and that is a little bit more velocity, right? Some participants pointed to geopolitical risks that might cause severe supply bottlenecks. That isn't good either, is it? So that's but the Fed is making it known that they're aware of this, right? When we talk about range expansion, talk about what? I posted it last night for you on Twitter. If you read that article from Investopedia, it says geopolitical risks, it says employment risks, inflation risks, elections, geopolitical risks, all result in the market expansion in the market and in price. And we're seeing that right now, right? They're stating that they're aware of this. Now, this is some negative shit that I'm going to tell you next. And that's going to be, participants generally noted recent data had not increased confidence that inflation was moving sustainably down at 2%. Some participants, this is also negative. Some participants noted concern that financial conditions might not be as restrictive as desired, which could put upward pressure on inflation. I also want to point out at this point something else. I showed you guys an at-the-money vol curve earlier in the week on Sunday, and then I showed it to you again yesterday, I believe, or the day before, and I said to you that volatility leaves the market today. Just be aware of that for where we are in price right now. Participants generally noted uncertainty about the persistence of high inflation. The persistence of it. noted the uncertainty, right? Not that it's going to persist, just that there's uncertainty by you, right? That the general population, market participants, Bob on Main Street, Mary the landscaper, they are uncertain if inflation will persist. And they need that perception to change, right? It doesn't matter if inflation persists. It matters that you're uncertain. Your perception of inflation is that it's too high, and then it can get out of control. A few participants preferred to continue the current pace of runoff until indicators showed reserves were nearing ample level. The vast majority of participants judged would be prudent to begin slowing the pace of balance sheet runoff fairly soon, i.e., liquidity in the market. Participants saw little need to slow mortgage-backed securities runoff, preferring to adjust cap on treasuries redemptions. Participants generally favored reducing monthly runoff pace by roughly half from recent overall pace. Meeting minutes for the here you go. This is the last one. Is just the meeting minutes. I'm going to post the minutes for you in the chat. If I can. Here are the minutes. Just posted them in Twitch chat. Hold on here. I'm going to sneeze. So there are the minutes. They have breaking news on CNBC right now saying the Fed wants more confidence that inflation is moving towards the 2% target. The meeting minutes indicate. So, for all this doom and gloom down here, what do we say about the market? What is the end result of this? What does this mean to you as a market participant? It means that the crash is on hold, generally speaking, because the market is, or the Fed is still working on inflation. The Fed is still working on unemployment and growth in the marketplace. We also know that GDP is expected to crank in the next 2 quarters, right? Q2 and Q3 of 2024. I posted that for you and put it in a market brief, and I posted it on Twitter, I believe, 2 days ago, yesterday, day before, something like that. I don't know if you want to hear what CNBC has to say. They're on talking right now. They're on CNBC chatting right now, so I want to make sure that if I play them, I don't want them to be poisoning your thoughts and all that kind of stuff. Since we're rejecting the daily, are we shorting? So I've got 100 puts on right now, 100 zero dates for 504p. I think they're going to burn. I'm looking at the options chain right now, and I'm like, I think we squeeze here. Now, what I do see is the daily or the hourly trigger has not crossed the daily trigger yet. So I am looking to see if that does happen. If you're looking to be short, right, you are looking for a firm rejection up here and a new low to confirm if we're sellers of the rip, right? Talk about that all the time, don't we? Price goes below the daily trigger, begins to reject the daily trigger, and you want to see the rejection and a new low. That's your prior low right there, and that would turn us into sell the rip. So if you want to begin selling the rip, you'll find out today if we are going to. You're going to find out here real shortly, in just a few moments, if we turn to sell the rip. So look at it right here. Here's your daily trigger. I'll draw it out for you. Someone's asking inside of the chat right now. So there is the daily trigger. Here is the hourly trigger, right? If price rejects the daily and the hourly trigger, and we make a new low, what does that mean? We become sellers of the rip to the downside, right? Right there. Has not happened yet. Has not happened yet. Now, I do have some protective puts on here just in case it does happen, because I do have like $10,000 riding on an upside move. So I have to protect myself and my trade for where we are currently, right there. And we're going to see this happen likely today. It's 2:15 in the afternoon. We still have another day of trading as well. And before the end of today, I'm going to give you my expectations into Friday. So it has not happened yet. No, you're still not a seller of the rip. Still. You got to fucking see a rejection on the hourly trigger. Or again, you need price rejecting below the hourly trigger and the daily trigger. And you need a new low. This, if I flip this around for you like a bull, you would see it better. Hedge funds are hearing me? Probably. Yeah, you're gonna get expectations stay in just a moment. We want to see how this shit plays out so I can give you guys expectations into the close. And you're gonna still get a market brief from me this evening as well. You'll still get a market brief tonight if you're a supporter. If you're a pro trader, you're still gonna get expectations from me tonight. You've probably, if you're a pro trader, you've gotten charts from me already today. Bulls need to get above this green. I'll be honest with you. If you're a fucking bull, right? You need to be above 517.06 just to stay alive. Then you need to back test any kind of squeeze successfully and make a new high if you're a bull. So if this same thing works right here for bulls, in the inverse, bulls need to get price above the daily and hourly, and they need a successful back test with a new high to stay alive. If they don't, it's going to get ugly, dogs. It's going to get nasty. How are y'all doing out there, by the way? You like nasty? We're gonna find out really quick. We're getting there. We're almost there right now. And we're gonna find out if we're correcting right here. This is like the where you find out if we're gonna correct. We're gonna find the fuck out. Now, me personally, I'm looking at the options chain and I'm like, why are fucking 504s only 2 cents? They're dirt cheap. Like, okay, fuck it. Let's put them on. Let's take the lotto trade. Yeah, I try to give you guys a hint of this stuff every day. In the morning, I come out and show you guys. So if you just show up every morning, you just don't get it like you don't get it in the time that people want it. Oh yeah, lotto hedge, 100%. Joe's on the trade too with me, so I'm like 2 cents, dude, 3 cents. Like, how can you not put it on? I don't even care if it fucking burns. It's appropriate here to put it on. As a matter of fact, yesterday, at the close, right, I was like, well, let's do like a May 3rd call. And then I'm like, let's put some puts on. And I was looking at the put prices, and I'm like, that shit's too expensive, too. I ain't paying that either. It probably should have, though. I would have made some pretty decent money this morning. Come on, baby. Take that hedge off. Start squeezing. Come on, dealers. Bring all that shit back. It's like we got to sell puts to somebody. We got to offload all these puts before we can go higher. I'm like, okay, come on. What time is it? 2:20 in the afternoon right now. I feel like I want to add some fucking calls for Monday or Wednesday. Hold on a second here. It's the 17th I'm looking at. Dude, 530 Cs for Wednesday are only 13 cents. Woof. $5.26. I don't think we can get to 5.26, can't do I? Hold on here. Those are dirt fucking cheap too. 5.25s are 50 cents for next Wednesday. Dirt fucking cheap. Dirt fucking cheap. Give me one quick second. Dirt cheap. 526C. Let me see. Let me take a look. 520. 520s are $1.58 for next Wednesday. And those fucking, I'm telling you what, those 526s are juicy as fuck for Wednesday. Juicy as fuck. Juicy, juicy, juicy. Here's some deals right now. Juicy. What time is it right now? I think I want to put them on. Like, I want to put some calls on, but like this right here. I've got calls for May 3rd, but this whole thing down here is like, it'd be really nice. So I got some puts on right now too. I got 0-day puts on for today. If we were to roll down here, I would totally fucking buy them. I'll say this. Let me see if I can put this on a. Let's see if I can put this on. go to a 30-minute chart. How about a 1-hour chart? Clear all this. Okay. That's what I just had down there, right? Right there. Now, whether this happens today or tomorrow, whether this happens on Friday or not, whether we bleed down here today or if we squeeze up a little bit and then reject. Let me draw this better for you. So you guys want an expectation for tomorrow right now. I'll give it to you. There it is right there. That's my expectations for you tomorrow. Yeah, somewhere like that. Something like this. So this is what I've got for you. The reason I'm doing this is because I don't see puts today are not priced in. So I don't think we do this today. I don't think we actually go down here today. It's possible. I'm hedged for it happening today, but what I think is going to happen is this. If you want my expectations as to what I think will happen today, is that they're going to pin and try to hold us into tomorrow. Friday will go down to 506, and then there'll be some kind of a dip buy into next week, into Monday or Tuesday to try to get back up here. But the real danger here is next week, some kind of a roll down. So this is my expectations for you. I'll have something better for you after the close today, but this is what I think is going to happen. Now, the alternative path here is that we come down here today. Just like that. So you can take a snap of that. Alternative path would be in yellow. Right there, we're going to go back to a 1-minute chart. And actually, this stuff doesn't really scale up well. 1600. Does that work? Yeah, something like that right there. And 4 o'clock. There. That over there. Just like that. Most probable outcome today is that we trade up, grind up into the close into 3 p.m., 4 p.m., excuse me. They drop this shit down by close tomorrow. Your dip buy is likely on Friday close or Monday. Now there's danger here too for you. What they're going to try to do is rob you over the weekend They're gonna try to, like, let's say today is Thursday, right? Come up, and then Friday they'll slam you down. Now Friday close, you're like trying to buy a dip on the close for a squeeze up in a Monday, and they're gonna try to sell you again on Monday. That's what they're gonna try to do. Now we do want to pay attention to this cross that's taking place into the close. This hourly trigger, as it comes down to the daily trigger, we will see a reaction. We're going to see a reaction either up or down. There is some volatility present here.
NYMEX gasoline May futures settle
And
at
we are not in sell the rip
$2.78
yet
a
either.
gallon.
You need to
NYMEX
have that
diesel May
confirmation
futures settle at
and cross of the hourly
$2.70
trigger
a
through the
gallon.
daily trigger.
NYMEX natural gas May futures settle at $1.88.
So we'll see what happens. Close this right here. A little bit of buying going on right now in SPX.
Crude May futures settle at $86.21 a barrel. That's up 98 cents or 1.15%.
You guys can see all that.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
$2.33. Another start to another half an hour. We've got 3 more half an hours left. We should get across at 4 p.m. or close to 4 p.m. We should get across here of the 30-minute trigger before the end of business today. That's what I'm hoping for, that they drop it right now, Jimmy. I'm hoping they do it like right now in the next hour or two into the bell so I can buy it. I want to buy some calls for Wednesday, but I don't like buying them right here. And I've got May 3rd. I got May 3rd calls on, so we'll see what's up. Let me turn on CNBC for you. God, I'm losing my voice again. God. I wanted to wake up this morning and be like, the market's up. I can sleep in an extra hour. They don't need me there. I woke up this morning and I'm like, it was like 8 o'clock or 8:30, and I'm like, fuck. It was like 8:30 or 8:45. Maybe it might have been like 8:30, 8:45. I'm like, shit. I'm like, let me ask you guys a question. Any of you guys get torched this morning? Was anybody like long as fuck into the close yesterday or not? I got asked that question a ton yesterday. Did any of you guys make money on the ride up into the close yesterday too? I closed out yesterday into the close, and then I threw on some May 3rd calls on the pullback into the bell, but I closed out everything that I was running up into yesterday. You're long right now? For Friday midday yesterday. Yeah, I closed mine at the first target, that first yellow bar. We actually hit the second yellow bar at the bell or just after the bell, like 4:15 or so. You're on 530 Cs. I'm willing to get more aggressive down here. If we can get down there, I'll get more aggressive. Should I just get aggressive right now? Hold on a second. What was Wednesday again? 12, 15, 16, 17. God, calls are fucking expensive as fuck here too.
Calm.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to Power Lunch. Stocks reacting to today's higher-than-expected inflation number. The Dow, S&P, and NASDAQ all off 1% this afternoon as fears of higher prices and interest rates creep back up. Let's turn now to someone with a strong pulse on the consumer economy, as well as real estate, restauranting. Tillman Fertitta, chairman of Landry's, the name behind Del Frisco's, Mastro Steakhouse,
Spot
Bubba Gumps, and
516C expiring tomorrow. 516C,
Casino,
about 100 pack.
and the NBA's Houston.
516C expiring tomorrow.
Good to have you with us. I have to begin with this. I had your beloved University of Houston in my brackets, at least 2 out of 3 of them. I'm so sorry.
Total trade with the puts for today. Total trade for the puts today. I bought some puts earlier for 3 cents, and then I just bought a bunch of calls for 18 cents for tomorrow. So a 21-cent trade. I ain't believing this bullshit. Not for a fucking minute. I'm not willing to buy the Wednesday calls yet because I'm afraid that the buy is lower down here. Let's see what happens. Pray for me here. 516C for tomorrow. And I got 504Ps for today. I probably should have got 506Ps, but I was unwilling to pay the money for them. So let's see what happens. I need to trade like 40 cents or something like that. I ain't buying this bullshit. I don't fucking believe the Bears. That's true. I don't fucking believe them. Someone out there's like, God damn it, I hate the Bulls. Give me this right here. Today or tomorrow. Give it to me. My calls, oh shit. I'm on the wrong fucking day. My calls are for today. Hold on a second here. Fuck. So I've got calls on. I thought they were for tomorrow. They're for today. I'm going to have to sell these fucking things. So here's the deal. I'm going to try to sell these things here in a minute. I'm going to put on calls for tomorrow. Hold on a second here. Fuck. Fuck me. I was like, oh. It was like 516Cs are dirt cheap for tomorrow. Shit on me. Hold on. Just give me a second here. Hold on a second here. I got to switch to calls for tomorrow, so hold on. Fuck. Now they're trading 22 cents right now. I'm fucking blind as a bat. I'm an old fucking man. Shit. I need a second here. $241. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna stay long here for just a minute. I'm gonna cut these fuckers loose though. I need to get on the right date. I apologize. You're saying stay on them right now? It's pretty fucking risky. I think one dates for tomorrow are a better trade. Any rip, by the way, if you are following along, trading with us today, remember that zero dates are directional only. They do not have any intrinsic value. They will not hold their value at any rejection. Trading 24 right now. If you're just joining us today, we do have an active trading community with teachers and mentors. We've got quants, all that kind of stuff. We've got David AMS, John L. We've got Trader Podcasts. We've got Career Low hanging out. We've got a whole bunch of people inside of our Discord. You can always check us out. We're Trade the Trigger is who we are. You can always Google search Trade the Trigger out there on Google if you want. Join us. We do have a website. We offer market briefs throughout the once a day for a supporter level. We also get you access to triggers and velocity. We also give you Elliott wave counts. If you're a pro trader, you get a whole bunch of other crap. We also have an active community in our Discord. Or just hang out in the show. Keep us on in the background. This is the Stock Market Show. We're here with you live 5 days a week to trade alongside you. Offer you guys insights, commentary, where the market is, where it's headed, all that kind of stuff. If you ever want to keep us on in the background while you're driving down the road, we keep it a little salty around here. Try to have we have guests on all the time. Sometimes more frequently than other times. When we get crazy, we don't have as many guests on, but we do attempt to have guests on. We've got all kinds of people. We just had Mr. Yen on. We have Vol Wiz on. We get David AMS on sometimes, a whole bunch of people. We have a bunch of other guests lined up as well, coming on soon, as a matter of fact. I apologize for my voice cracking right now. From being on the show, being on so frequently, I'm losing my voice more frequently as we get closer to the end of the week. And we do it live here. That's the other thing, too. If you are just joining us, I want you to know that what we try to be is not perfect, right? We don't record these shows. You'll see me win. You'll see me lose live here on the show. This is no candy coating out there. We don't do that bullshit where I tell you after the trade, or I don't fucking know, like all the shit that you see out there where everybody's perfect and want to wear a polo shirt and all that kind of stuff. We're active day traders. That's what we do.
At $90.48.
We take the L's with the W's.
$1.06 or 1.19%.
So if you're looking for that kind of a community, we're here every day. You want to see what it's like to be a trader? This is where you can hang out. Good, bad, or indifferent. You'll see our members, they're in the chat, right? They'll be winners, they will be losers, and they do. This is basically the place where our community talks all day long, right? Hang out here in the stream. We go back and hang out inside the Discord. They're bleeding me right now. It's trading 22 cents. I have an upside target for these calls of 40 cents. So if we hit 40 cents in these bad boys, I'm going to take the money and run. Should be 100% trade. $5.16 They're bouncing around. They were like 26 cents, down to 22 cents. If you can get them cheap, they were running about 18 cents a little while ago. 18, 19 cents, somewhere in there. I would prefer to be in one dates, by the way, too. I don't like this trade. I fucked up and bought them for today. I meant to buy them for tomorrow. $2.48 in the afternoon. Watching the half-hour trigger come down upon the daily trigger right now. Bears, sellers are looking to close the door on bulls here. They want to shut the door on the bull case and begin a correction. I should say two things. I should say sellers looking to close the door on bulls. And there's a claim by bulls that weren't able to participate from October until now that they want lower lows so they can buy into the market. I don't believe that. I think they won't buy. I think that they'll be pushing a narrative of a crash, and they'll miss this next run as well. So I think we discussed that earlier with Mr. Yen. Trading 22, trying to grab 40. Trading 23 right now. 24, 25 right now. Just give me 40 cents. If you give me 40 cents, I'm like fucking stoked. Oh, dude, if I make this trade today, I'm gonna be fucking stoked here. Come on, baby, do it. Make the printer go burr for daddy, baby. Trading 24. Don't fucking do me like this. It's like Bob in the basement's just sitting in his basement right now. He's like, slam, 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 slam. If you weren't here earlier this morning as well, I did review our market brief from last night. After the show is done today, if you ever want to go back and watch the early part of the show this morning, I did go over our market brief from last night for you. Fucking Bob in the basement, dude. Look at this guy trying to take... I don't have downside stops, Bob. Sorry, you're not taking them. No downside stops here, brother. You're not taking my stops out, my man. Only upside stops. All gas, no brakes. But if you do want to print 502, I'll take that as well, or 504. If you want to print 504, I got puts on too. They were dirt ass cheap. Uh-oh. Half hour trigger coming down. 2:53 right now. 7 minutes left on the half. Start a new half hour here just shortly. We'll find out if these sellers are going to step in or not. Got a little micro bear cross here, micro bear cross over here. Got a micro bear cross right there, another one right here. They are trying for sure. Got like 3 little tiny bear planes. One bear plane, one big bear plane, another bear plane, 1, 2, 3, 4 bear planes. So you can see this better. Oh, they're testing that downside. I'm going to put some bear music on for these fucking bears. They're trying to roll this down right now. I should put on some positive bear music, shouldn't I? We usually play the dark shit for them, but I think I'm going to play them some happy music because they're probably stoked right now. Let me see if I can get some better bear music going. I got the organs going for him right now. Hold on, let me find something better for him. There we go. Hold on. This is a little bit better right here.
She said he was calling my name. She was naked up against the bed frame. It's a safe bet. This will happen again. So walk away now. Don't back down. You're better without. No longer sacred.
3 minutes left. Find out if we get a downside move this next half an hour.
Sorry you face this. Seems like 'cause these spaces being desirable number one. All I wanna do is have a little fun. Just look at you under the thumb. It's all too much. I have to run. Dangerous. Caught in the scandal. Dangerous. Too much to handle. Same club on a different night. I'm nursing a triple threat high. My intentions get misaligned. Reassurance doesn't hit right. No, I'm not fucking with your guy. You seem unbreakable from the outside. No longer sacred. Your place is in danger. So
Adding another 100 calls right now.
the laughter, bad taste.
516C. Now of 200.
'Cause your boy's best friend is a one-on-one. I didn't mean to cross your hump. It's all too much. I have to run. Dangerous. Caught in the scandal.
I'm going to end up paying a bear here today.
Dangerous. Too much to handle.
Keep your eyes down below here. Let me mute this for a minute. Bulls losing local support right now on 5150. Downside targets, if they do lose this support, if the Bulls lose this support, downside targets 5125, 5100. Whew. Hold me tight here. There's a giant gap to fill down below at 5122. And of note here, you will trigger CTA selling. Just a note on this, that once we start losing this local support right here, right, it's going to get fucking nasty. Trust me. I mean nasty. Any break of this zone right here, any break of this area right here, and you're going to see institutional selling, trend selling, trend followers. I bet there's got to be a shit ton of people that are watching this closely. There's got to be. This is I would say that this is market support right here. Now, on a 1 minute chart, this isn't really much heading down here for a minute to bounce, but this is like, this whole area here this is the bull's support. You start breaking below this shit, and it's going to get fucking nasty. And I'll show it to you here on the downside. Let me show you guys some stuff on the, let me see if I can show you this really quick. So if you look in the bottom, I'm not going to switch screens because I don't want to. Here, I want to show you guys something here in SPX. So see all this stuff right here? See this cluster right in here? See all that stuff right there? This right here is market support, right? You start selling this shit down, and all this will go away. All that'll go away. You will get some real big downside moves. You see, all that'll go away down there. All that'll go away down there. All this stuff will go away. You'll end up triggering institutional selling, and it's pretty nasty if that happens. So you want to be keenly aware of this. See this thick blue line right here? This is like last man standing if you're a bull. So be keenly aware of this right here. $304, sour hour or power hour. Here is, I'm going to put the 4 o'clock right here. Hold on, we're not playing that song. Hold on a second here. What is that song? I don't even know what that song is. Oh, yeah, baby. Bulls with a huge day yesterday. Wake up this morning. And what do we wake up to? Bears with a huge morning. I don't even know if anybody was short on that close yesterday. If you were, congratulations. I wasn't short. I pulled up at the close. I bought May 3rd, 530C. I made bank yesterday, but still, like, you know, you don't want to wake up to this. I'm sure people were long into this morning. bears trying to close the door on bulls. Hourly half-hour trigger crossing here at the close right now. Doom and gloom into this close. Being in negative gamma, dealers in cash market will chase price and amplify moves up or down. Oh, I love it, right? Doom and gloom. I don't get to be bearish too often, so I'm pretty happy to be a bear right now, or bearish right now. Hold on a second. We'll play some more bear music for you. I want you to also remember, if you are a seller or return to sell the rip. I'm going to mute this right now. If we confirm a corrective move and you are a seller, you want to be looking to sell the half-hour trigger aggressively, and your second place to be selling will be on the hourly trigger. So any retrace to the half-hour and hourly trigger, you're going to sell that every time until we squeeze above it.
This is the future. Evolution. This is the future.
Hot tracks for bears.
Evolution.
You know what I'm going to work on tonight? I'm going to work on some real bear music for you guys. So if we do confirm, I'm going to have a whole selection of music for bears.
This is the future. Human error. Evolution. This is the future. Evolution.
I think that's some pretty good bear music. Yeah, Bostick, save us again. When do we have the next Fed speaker so they can save the market? Well, that song sucks too. Oh, yeah, there it is. Bear music, baby. I gotta tell you something else that's fucked up. I got demonetized again yesterday. Like, YouTube is like straight just demonetizing their own free music that they tell you that's free. I shit you not. Watching this closely here. I want to see all these candles I'm watching right now. That's why I'm zooming in on this right here. Oh, yeah. Oh, come on, just do it for me. Just do it for me. You know you wanna. You know you wanna. Go on up there. Go ahead. Go ahead, keep going up there right now. Test that shit. We're gonna test that shit, I know it. Come on. Crap all those fucking sellers in right now for me. I ain't giving them shit of my money today. Trading 24 cents. 25 cents on calls. 27 cents on calls. 29 cents on calls. Oh, fuck you. Give me the last penny. Who the fuck you think owns this market? I fucking own it. I'm a bull. Who owns this market? Still see all-time highs too, Shum Daddy. I don't believe you, Bear. See that 1 in 5 minute trigger turning around right now? Flattening out. Sports! I love you, David AMS.
Maybe you came here to dance. You should
Turn us on to his music. We're all over here dancing to his jams all day long.
now.
Whole fucking community.
Finally ready to dance. Do dance, dance, do dance, do dance, do. Dance. We didn't come here to dance. We only came for the dough. Maybe you came here to dance. You should try the dough. Now that I got my dough, I'm finally ready to dance. Do dance, dance, do dance, do dance, do. Dance. Do. Dance. Do. Dance. Do. Dance. Do. Dance. Do. Dance. Do. Now that I got my dough, I'm finally ready to dance. Dance.
Now the big question for you comes when we hit that red bar up there. You see that red bar up there? Do you get short again? Do you get short for tomorrow? That's the next big question. Do we get that leg down tomorrow, down to 506 off of the half hour and hourly trigger? Do we switch to sell the rip? Do they confirm a roll down above? Sellers patiently waiting up here to sell this back down to the depths of hell, right? Stay tuned to find out. If you're a supporter, I will be sending you tonight my expectations. Remember what I said to you earlier. If we switch to sell the rip, then what you're going to do is be selling that half hour and hourly trigger. If you are a bull, you are not safe until you trade above the hourly trigger with a successful backtest and a new high. You got a lot of work to do, bulls. Currently trading 515 right now. What is going on into the close right now? Trading 515.03, 515.01. How are you all doing out there? We wrapping this show up kind of good for you? $5.16's just bounced off 41 cents. You're welcome if you were looking for a trade with the stock market show today. Congratulations, you just made a 100% trade with Captain Jim fucking James today. And you had a hedge on alongside it. You're welcome. Tesla holding it up still. Spoos being bought with oomph today at local support. Buyers stepping back in to buy the market right now. Dealers. So much sauce out there. If I was a bull, I'm going to tell you something right now. You are not safe. I would tell you that you are not safe here. And you're not going to be safe until we get above the hourly trigger, backtest it with a new high. So I need you to know that if you are a bull. If you are long the underlying in the marketplace, it is prudent for you, listen to me closely here, for you to hedge the market in this zone right here. So if you own the market right up in here, you should be hedging your long positions until conditions improve. Listen to me closely. So you're going to be given an opportunity up here to hedge yourself in the marketplace. That's right. Until conditions improve, bulls now must hedge underlying in the market. And you're welcome. You get a trade out of me today. You got a 100% printer. They were trading 18, 19 cents. Then they traded 26. Then I added some at 9 cents, believe it or not, another 100 pack. Told you it would trade 40 cents. It traded 41 cents. I don't know how much more you want from me here on stream, but I think I gave you the answer. What's up, Super Bull Old Man? How you doing, brother? Good to see you. Love you, man. Good to see you in the chat, brother. Oh, I do talk to you, though, Jimmy Berry, in Discord. Matter of fact, I apologize for not replying to you more recently, Jimmy. I've been too busy, man. Shit's been crazy. Super Bowl man saying he had a baby. Right on, brother. How's it going being a dad? What'd you have, a boy or a girl? Super Bowl old man, we had to revoke everybody's mod status for a bot that we're trying to build, and the bot fucking never worked, so now we're building a new bot to try to get one that works. So as soon as that shit's done, I got you covered, brother. Hopefully you took the money at 40 cents like I told you. Congratulations if you did. You probably did. This is probably us doing this, isn't it? I've got some dead puts still. I haven't closed those. They're going to die at 0. So for tomorrow, just for tomorrow, for Friday, I'm going to say it one more time. If you're a bull, you need to hedge any underlyings that you own in the marketplace. You're required to, even if the market goes up. I would not be buying this market at this point until conditions improve for bulls. If you're a seller of the market, if you're a bear, right, you are still waiting for rejection and a new low to become a seller of the rip. I do also want to warn you that if you are a follower of mine, right, if you're a part of our community, if you're a supporter or a pro trader, I want to warn you ahead of time. Don't get all upset at me if we become sell the rip and be like, why is Captain turning into a bear and any of that kind of stuff? That's what conditions present. We're going to trade that if that happens. So be aware of that as well. If that's not for you, if you're like, I'm a bull and I don't want to fucking do that, I will let you know that what we will do while we sell this market is we will try to trade things that are still going up during a correction if it happens. So I will have something for you along the way to trade. If you're like, I fucking hate being a seller, I'm going to sit this shit out, any of that kind of stuff, I will have something for you if a correction happens, we become sellers of the rip. I will have something for you to trade so that you are like, I like this. I can buy this and I can watch it go up and that kind of shit. So be aware of that as well if we do confirm a correction to the downside. But for you bears out there, guess what you're going to find out? You're going to have the chance. Bears don't buy shit, so they only sell, right? But if you are a bear, tell all your bear friends we're going to be selling the rip if we confirm a correction together here on the show. Together until it's done, at least. Yeah, you're gonna get one today. As soon as we reject, as soon as we get a new low here, so not this low right here, but this low. If you hold on, let me put this on a better way for you. Hold on a second here. If you are a bear, right, you are looking for confirmation of a correction. You have the rejection right now of the daily trigger, and you have a cross happening on the hourly trigger right here. Snap a picture of this with me, okay? So if you're a bull, right? If you are a bull, I want you to know what the bears are trying to do is they are trying to just confirm. That's it. That's all they need. Confirm a rejection right here and just get a new low. That's all they need. If they do get this right here, right? They confirm this. What will happen? I'm going to show you exactly what will happen, or they're primed up to happen, I should say. Is you will see a cross of the hourly trigger through the daily trigger. And you will begin to see price sell off of that hourly trigger. Bam, right here. You'll take the trade right here if you're a bear, and you will sell this down as we staircase down to the weekly trigger. Target for the bears, if they get that confirmation, 485. 485. 485 if they get that corrective move, they get the confirmation here. Don't get zealous. Don't be like hammering the fucking the sell button. Wait for your chance. I personally like the half-hour trigger, but stay on this one to sell it. That half-hour trigger, sell that one. Sell them all the way down aggressively till we get to 485 on SPY. $3.35 in the afternoon, waiting for confirmation for a downsized move. Now, if you're a bull, you're going to say something to me like, well, how do I know I can get long again in the marketplace? You need to get above the hourly trigger, right? Put along right here, get that hourly swinging high. And you just need to get this one right here. You get that one right there, back in business. Bulls are fine. Cancels out all of that noise that you see right there. And you are rock and roll again as a bull. You see that right there? And you are party all the time, party all the time. I want to impress upon you right now, if you're a seller, I'm going to warn you one time, not again for the rest of this, if we correct. I'm only going to warn you one time. You're going to think, you're going to say, Captain's wrong. We're never going back up to this green and gray bar up here. But I'm going to warn you, we're coming into earnings season. You're going to see shit just like that. Big, huge squeezes, and then the drop. Big, huge squeezes, then the drop. So pay close attention to that half hour and hourly trigger to set yourself up short. Do you have any questions for me if we confirm a corrective move? I want to read your if you have any questions. Yeah, I see the Qs in IWM, but they stretch all the time. I don't really trust. I'll be honest with you guys. I do not trust the triggers on Qs or on IWM. They have a tendency to stretch more. I'm concerned about the greater market. I want to be clear on this. The Qs and IWM, crystal clear on this. The Qs and IWM are not the stock market. The closest representation that you're going to get in the stock market and the triggers is always going to be the S&P 500. You want the broader market. If the broader market begins to de-risk, you want to be watching the S&P 500 and never IWM or the Qs. How do you sell the market if you can't short with your account? Is there an ETF? I'm not ever going to purport to trade. I'm not ever going to trade with you TQQQ, SQQQ, any of that stuff with you here in stream. What I would recommend is if you ever see price go, as long as we're beneath the daily trigger and we're not slowing, in the hourly trigger is not slowing down and going sideways, I would recommend to you that you buy yourself some weekly puts. If you want, you can buy put spreads. If you'd like as well, you can do it that way. If you're not going to trade futures or Globex or any of that kind of stuff, you just buy puts. You can do that. You can also buy, there's some other cool shit too. You can do ratio spreads. Ratio spreads are one of my favorite ways to short, well, not short the market, but go against the market. So if you like, one of my favorite trades, I'll put something about this out tonight for you. I'll explain the trade to you in a market brief tonight. But ratio spreads are one of the safest ways to get bared up in the marketplace. Basically, it's a bearish ratio. And what you end up doing is if the market squeezes really high, you're going to be flat or making a little bit of money, like 5% on the trade. If the market blasts down off the half hour and hourly trigger, you're going to print some pretty big fucking money. Now you need big moves for this to print out for you, but it's a relatively safe way to hedge or even trade against the market without a lot of risk if we get big movements. Ratio spreads suck if we trade sideways. You need the market to move down quickly or move to the upside quickly. What do I think? We have not confirmed a correction yet. That's all I think. And I don't care what anybody out there tells you. We have not confirmed a correction. So what do I think about the market? If we confirm a correction, we have one major problem, and that is trend. Trend sellers can do some fucking damage here. They can take us right down to 430 without a blink of an eye. They really can. They can take it, not 435. They can take us down to like 450 easily. Easily take us to 450. Without a blink of a fucking eye, they can take us down there. If we trigger a risk off type move like that, and trend followers start selling aggressively, 450, open my eyes and we're there in like 2 minutes. They've been long since October and December. They started getting long in the marketplace, and those people, how we're here right now, is those people. So if they start saying "fuck it, I'm taking the money and running," be careful. Trust me. Trust me. Please. And I'm a bull. I'll be honest, but I'll always be honest. You're always going to get honesty out of me. So I have not, don't pigeonhole me. We have not confirmed a correction yet. We have not confirmed a correction. Do not say, hey, Cap said we're in a correction. Don't tell anybody out there that I said we're in a correction. I need to see the triggers cross. I need to see the hourly and the half hour cross the yellow line here on SPY. And I need to see a new low. All those two things need to happen. So don't be like, oh, Cap said we're going to 450, 430. Yeah, bulls are still alive. They have a case still. It's thin. It's like one sheet of paper, but they still have a case here. The bull case is still very much alive. We have not triggered that yet, so be careful. Matter of fact, I need to check something here. I haven't checked market breadth yet. I need to check market breadth. I need to see if we're near a capitulation phase or not. Nope. No capitulation phase. None that I can see as of yet. PPO's coming into the zero line almost. We still haven't broken either. Let me show you this too. Fucking bulls, dude, are resilient. I'm serious. I mean, look at this. I mean, bulls haven't fucking given up anything for all the doom and gloom, have they? They haven't given up shit at this point. I mean, just look at that. Bulls haven't given up anything. Nothing. And this still looks like this. So this is why this is exactly why you don't say the correction was confirmed last week. There's been no confirmation of a correction yet. None. Zero. Zero confirmation of a correction yet. That's so gross. How do you live with yourself if you're a bear seeing that? Nothing yet. Zero. You still have you're still not in a correction yet. This is still consolidation for the move higher. And this is still same thing. No correction yet. Still no correction for the bears. Still not there yet, bears. Still no corrective move yet for bears. Sorry, no confirmation. Go out there and tell your friends that too. Still no confirmation of a correction for bears. God damn, bears, you guys got to pick it up. You need some aggressive downside selling. You need blood. You need an event. You need geopolitical risk. Man, I want to go fucking long right now just looking at that chart. 346. Hold on here. Holy shit, they're pricing in some shit here. Calls are cranking for tomorrow. They're fucking moving. All right. Can't believe I'm doing this. I'm going to take some calls for tomorrow. All right, I'm long 519 Cs for tomorrow, but not a ton. 10 contracts, that's it. 10 contracts, that's all I got for tomorrow. Not 200, not 100, just a little taste. Just a little right there. Just a little tiny taste. We'll see how tomorrow rolls. I want to have a little skin in the game. I'm looking at that fucking chart and I'm like, these fucking bears haven't confirmed shit. New lows seen since last week. You shouldn't do it. You shouldn't do it. Don't follow me on this trade. This is more like skin in the game. This will be the one loser for the fucking Bears if they get their way. They'll be like the guy from The Simpsons. Ha ha, he's wrong. You got to give the Bears a reason to say, look, he sucks. 348 right now. Remember what I told you? If you're a bear, you're selling the half hour and the fucking hourly trigger. That's what you're selling. Yeah, I don't believe these bears just yet. I don't fucking believe them. I ain't buying their bullshit. Not yet, but I will. I'll buy it if we roll down, we reject that half hour hourly trigger. I'll become a seller. I will turn bear with you. Just not yet. But right now, I ain't seeing it, man. Not yet. I gotta see that fucking roll. Long for tomorrow. I'm long 519. 519 C's. I don't think we get to 519 if you're wondering. They were just nice and cheap. I might have to buy more of these. Don't tempt me with a good time here. I just added more, Jimmy. I'm on 20 contracts, brother. That expectations for tomorrow remain the same. If you are all bulled up and you think that we are, if you are all bulled up, you're looking to buy 506. Remember that 506. If you think the bulls are still alive, if you think that we're not gonna have a correction, your target price to buy is 506 unless we're above the hourly trigger. 506. If you want my tits and ass, my technical analysis, your buy is at 506, not right here. If you're a supporter or if you are a pro trader, you will see that reflected in tonight's. You'll see that reflected in tonight's market brief for tomorrow. That your dip buy is at 506. I can't tell you guys how to trade. I try to give you guys my opinion, right? But that's not how I trade. So my trades are my trades. And my technical analysis is something for you guys to make decisions on. Two different things. Don't like you got Captain's trading his shit, and then you get Jim James' honest opinion as to where what happens and all that stuff. So ready? Over the hourly trigger or down at 506. Yeah, I like straddles. Yeah, you see that wall up there? These sellers are like, fuck you, we're going down. Six minutes left until the close. Let's see what happens the first few minutes if they squeeze it up. They creepy crawly up the wall here into the close. And I will say this, if we blast up here in the after hours, I'll probably take the trade off. If we do any kind of bullshit like straight up here, I will take the trade off before we get done with the day. So I'll just be flat tomorrow. Five minutes left. Chase Winters out there slamming the sell button, like right on the close, like sell, 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 sell. Whoop. If we get 520, what are we going to do? That would be, I think 520 would make me some serious money. What am I going to do? Truthfully, normally when I make tons of money, I normally like go on vacation and piss away a lot of money on stupid shit. I'll be honest. I'll rent like a fucking hotel room or an Airbnb. That's like $20,000. I do. Shouldn't say that. It's not good. I don't like saying that shit on stream to anybody. Buy expensive wine. Do drink it. Give it away to people. I made a bunch of money last week. I went out to dinner and bought fucking people in the restaurant champagne and shit. It was pretty fucked up. That's a true story. That happened last week. I don't talk about it though. I keep my mouth shut on that shit. Trading 514.99 right into the DT, baby. Trading 61 cents on those calls right now. So, you want to hear a fucked up story that's true? The other night I was out eating, right? I shouldn't say this shit. The other night I was out eating and my napkin fell off my lap and a guy was walking beside me. And he picked it up for me. So I bought him a bottle of Champers. It's true. And I was like, you didn't have to pick that napkin up for me. I was like, you didn't have to do that, man. I was like, I kind of expect the staff to do that. And they didn't fucking do it. So he went and sat down, him and his wife. Looked like they were on a date. So I bought him a bottle of Champers. He's like, why the fuck did you do that? I was like, I don't know. I was like, you have to buy shit for me, or you'd have to pick up my shit for me. It's like, don't be. It's like when you do nice things for people, you'd be surprised who takes care of you. That's a true story. No, they're fucking revenge trading right now. What are they doing? Horse trading the close here? Oh, fucking bears. Oh. Do I got to put more on? No, I'm doing pretty good here. I'm actually I'm fine. I'm still up right now. I'm doing fine. Fucking bears, dude. Doom and gloom. Never-ending doom and gloom. Okay, so I'm still long. It's tomorrow. Haven't sold nothing. If we had squozen up, I would have sold. But I'm still long. It's tomorrow. It's not a big position. It's only 20 contracts. I do want some skin in the game for tomorrow. I want to see this confirmation of a correction before I get all bared up. It's never served me well to be bearish unless we confirm a correction. But then I will get bared up with you. So we'll find out how that goes. Oh, look at this doom right now. What are they doing in the after hours? What the fuck are these guys doing? It's fucking so much hate This is like hate selling in the close right now. So, and if we do confirm that, though, I do want to warn you, if you are a bull, that you're going to see bearish Captain Jim James. And sometimes in the past, when I've become bearish, bulls can get upset at me. Please don't get upset at me if you see me turn bear. I want to fairly warn you of that. And if anything, if you're a bull and you don't like that bearishness, just sit on your hands for a few weeks, 3-4 weeks or something, until conditions change. Otherwise, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll have you look at that down here. Look at down here. Look at all this shit down here. Yeah, you're going to get Doom Captain, and bears tend not to like Doom Captain, or bulls tend not to like Bear Captain. Bears don't like me when I turn bearish. They're like, it's not your turn, bro. They're like, it's our turn. You can't claim it. I don't know why they do that either, but I don't know why they get angry about it, but we'll turn bearish at that point, and we'll send this shit down to the dumpster where it belongs. Should I add some more? Yeah, we're at 38 cents right now. It's not so bad. Hey, is that real, Joe? Is that real? Oh, shit. What time is it right now? I might sell here. Are you lying or no? Oh, fuck me. 402. I might sell before the close here. Oh, Gergavin posted it. It wasn't like fucking Heidenberg, or wasn't it not Heisenberg, but the damn, that's not good. I didn't read it. 9800. I apologize. I didn't see your post about that. Yeah, I'm probably gonna. I might close this position right now. Who is he saying did the investigation? Yeah, it could be fake. That's what I'm thinking. Haas? I want to know exactly who did this investigation. I feel like I'm uninformed right now. Oh, they're really bleeding me right now. Hold on a second. I'm going to add 10 right now. I'm at 30 contracts. I'm going to stay long here. That shit about Jerome Powell is no fucking bueno. If that's real, that's no bueno. No bueno if that's real about Jerome Powell. Now, if it's something personal, I don't know that it materially matters. He could get in some trouble, I guess, where he loses his position, but it would be very bad if it involves anything to do with the Fed. That's really fucking bad. No proof yet? Oh, it was Project Veritas? Is that who it is? Yeah, so they produce deceptively edited videos. I'm not really so Project Veritas is pretty bad. They're kind of trashy. They do the scam bullshit. They do like scam reporting. Yeah, I agree with that. No, Project Veritas. Do you guys want me to read the facts to you? I can read them to you. Hold on. Project Veritas is an American far-right activist group founded by James O'Keefe in 2010. The group, this is from Google. The group produces deceptively edited videos of its undercover operations, which use secret recordings in an effort to discredit mainstream media organizations and progressive groups. Project Veritas also uses entrapment to generate bad publicity for its targets, has propagated disinformation and conspiracy theories in its videos and operations. So, yeah, I'm not going to give too much credit to them at this point. Now, they may have tried to entrap Jerome. I would assume that it's going to be something, I'm going to assume that it's going to be something sexual. If I had to guess, whatever that report is going to be, it's likely going to be like, I don't know, a fucking rub and tug or something. Usually men, when you catch men doing shit, it's usually something like, I don't know, they were having fucking sex or something. It's usually sex. Usually like sex related, drugs related, that kind of stuff. I'm just reading to you what Google says and what Wikipedia says, which I'm going to trust here. Now, that would be tarnishing for Jerome. No, it's about crypto. Yeah, Powell yelling Pelosi like sex video. I always make jokes about that shit too. I'm like, I used to like in the past. I used to make jokes about Jerome and like all with the whips and chains and all that shit. That's the one that would sketch me out if he was doing that. If he was selling anything related to the Fed, bad for the market. Bad. Jerome, like, I don't know, having sex with a guy or something, not so bad. Anything to do with the Fed, though, bad. That is bad. Bad. If Jerome has anything to do with the Fed, that's bad. Yeah, if it's sex, yeah, Joe says he's selling right now his calls. I just fucking longed. I just added more. I'm still holding May 3rd, too. I haven't sold those. Government silencing crypto whistleblower. Okay. Thanks for the updates right now. 5:30 Eastern time on Twitter. As long as it's not anything like I'm selling insider selling of information, anything like that with the Fed, that's really bad. Any sex stuff, he would probably step down, but it wouldn't impact the market materially, I don't think. Maybe briefly or something like that, like a hit and run or something. But silencing a crypto bro, I don't know. Oh, you bought puts for tomorrow. We'll be here tomorrow making jokes about how dumb this was. And until then, yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right, you guys have a great night, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Supporters and pro traders, you're going to get an expectation for me tomorrow to trade 506. 506. And that is a dip buy for you if you want to. And one last thing I want to leave you guys with today. If you are a bull, right, and you want to just buy the dip in a correction, we can do that too. I do pretty well buying dips and corrections. So if you're looking for like dip buying, I can also do that with you too. So don't feel like you won't have any trades. If you're like, hey, Cap, I need a trade during a correction and I hate selling the market, and you're like, I just want to buy a dip bounce, it usually knows where those are too. So we can trade that too together. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow, 9:30, baby. You guys take it easy.